Hello. We got a multiplayer stream. We're gonna be playing with Lore Master of Sotek today. And then probably some Turin. Should be good. Hope you guys are doing well. First things first. I kind of wanted to see if they fixed units scuttling up forwards. The typical line of sight issues. I wanna look see at. And then after that we can actually get into some matches. Should be good. Whoops. Let me just open up this. Alrighty. And go over here. Just have to change something real quick. Cathay's still the worst. I actually haven't tested out their I haven't tested out a lot of their changes as of late. But yeah, we're just waiting on Lore Master of Sotek. If I right click this, I think if they're not sidestepping, the unit seems to be a bit better. Oh, that's kind of nice. What if we're really close? Oh, that's a little sketchy. It's not bad though. Do they have the thing where they stop walking forwards at least? No. Do you see that? They just walked forwards a little bit. Though I think it's not as much as before. Slanesh is supreme. I'm quite excited to give Slanesh a go, that's for sure. Okay, so there's a little bit of sidestepping. If I overlap, yeah, it seems like they. Oh no. And up, and okay, yeah. So yeah, I don't know if they actually changed any of the range unit behavior. It still seems pretty janky. I did get some talks with CA though. I did contact them after my frustrations were revealed, and yeah, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. I will say their community manager is wonderful to work with. They're happy to hear me out on all my rants. They investigated further about many of the bugs that I was talking about. I basically split the my issues into 3 categories. Stuff that like peeves me that I don't think is actually important. Stuff like multiplayer balance and the spell overhaul and all that. It's been bothering me for a long time, but it doesn't actually matter that much in the grand scheme of things. There's a lot of stuff that's much more important for them to work on. Like, I would say, you know, range line of sight, which I see the Reddit complain about a lot. Units leashing back, you know, general control, unit control and stuff. Spectator UI, stuff that's actually like, you know, useful for most of us. And then there's like stuff that I feel like is just, it's not important, but it's indicative that CA are really bogged down with work. Stuff like the pinned maps feature being broken still. You know, I feel like that stuff doesn't actually matter, but it's kind of important to be able to know where CA is at. So I kind of gave them that list so that they at least know where we're at. So they've heard me, right? And then let's see. I can't say everything that they told me because NDA and all that. But maybe they'll investigate. Maybe they'll investigate. It gives me a little bit more confidence. I wouldn't expect anything for launch, but if the update after launch fixes it, I think that would be very hype. Get swole. The squats. All right, I'll do it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. After the DLC is out, you know, and after they get all the big stuff done, we'll see if they actually have time for little old me. But today's not about that. Today's not about getting over all the bugs and such. I mostly want to look at these sick new units, man. The Cursed Eden is very strong. It's very strong. For the record, the Giant used to cost 1,500. Yeah, the Giant used to cost 1,500. And it had less HP, no missile resist back in the day, and none of this stuff. This is dual personality stuff. This is insane. Glorious Charge, man. If it's above 50% HP, it has Glorious Charge. Plus it's 39 speed. The Giant is also 39 speed, but they feel faster because of their animations. But yeah, while we wait for Sotek, maybe I'll look at some unit rebalances, see if we can find anything. I'll do a quick look around. Whoop. 3, 4, 5. Alright. It's a new ROR chariot hype. Where's it at? Oh, this thing. What the? Followers of the Great Eagle. It has a mass of 1,500. As far as I can tell, it's just a normal chariot, right? Wait, I haven't even looked at this unit. Imagine it's just like Skycutter tier. It's just OP. Ludicrously OP. Your Skycutters are so good. We'll see if Turin just bans them outright, then we won't use them, but yeah, we'll see. All right. Yeah, let's take a look. Ooh, look at that. They got some flaming skid marks going on. Oh, look at that glorious charge. Well, like, you know, Norska having a barrier chariot is good. Like, I can't say it's not good. It has the warp flame debuff, which is actually quite nice with the lore of fire. So if you give them the debuff and then cast Burning Head, this chariot's probably quite nice, and then it has their shield regen. I think it's cool. Like, I think Norska's definitely happy to have it, but I don't think it really changes the meta or anything. Please give Skycutter's barrier, they need it. Ah, yeah. Yo, Skycutter, it's hilarious that Skycutters are the strongest melee ground chariot in the game. Oh boy. Crying in secret chariots. Oof, yeah, secret chariots really need a buff. I really hope that there's a lot more stat changes. I was under the impression that we'd be getting more regular updates from a blog post a while ago, where they brought up that they were gonna update the game between patches, but then they didn't. So I'm really wondering if we actually have a lot of changes or if it's just gonna be a few. Maybe we can find like some stat changes somewhere. Can I open 2 instances of Warhammer? Okay, let me try it out. This is a risky maneuver. No, yeah. Another instance of Warhammer is running. I could open it on a side PC. You wanted secret chariots to be lawnmowers? Yeah, they're just kind of normal chariots with no armor, right? Heard some rumors about the lore master of Hoeth. 55 melee attack, 45 weapon strength. Still has no HP, which is probably the most important thing. I haven't gone contacted by lore master of Sotek yet, but I'm sure he'll arrive soon. I'm just getting my laptop. Just getting my laptop all set up. Let's see here. Man, everyone's asleep. Alright, well, we can look at some unit changes. And then we can think about what we want to play against Turin. It will be pretty nice to go full sweat against them. How bright is my room? Yeah, no, there's some nuclear fission going on over there to my left. Yeah, my camera doesn't do super great. I have really big windows. So at this time of day, it's pretty bright. But yeah, what did they get? Did they get armor piercing? What's the limit on Dreadmaw? You can get 2. Use the modding tool and export the data folder. I'm just gonna open up Warhammer on another PC. Why is Aislin's portrait staring into my soul? Oh yeah, he's got that Teclis syndrome. I will say though, Teclis is definitely more intense. You think Aislin's bad? We've been looking at this for the past few years. Our laptop's booting. Some item changes on the lore master. Blessed Tome, that seems new. Cannot die. Affects units if hit points are greater than 50%. Effect range 35. Is that permanent? You kidding me? You kidding me? Is that actually permanent? Yo, that's kind of crazy. It's just a 35 meter. What is this? This is Grimgore's Black Orcs, but like, isn't that just Grimgore's Black Orcs, which is better? Let's see here. And expert charge defense. Yeah, that's kind of insane. 35 meters is a decent range. That might actually be really good for just frontline holding. How cheap can you get this guy? Okay, would you get a Mega Grail Relique, basically? Isn't this just a Mega Grail Relique? Wait just a darn second. I must know. Isn't that just like a ludicrous Grail Relique? What if you're playing as Korn? And you have like all of this stuff, right? I gotta see this. This might actually be insane. Oh wait, I don't have the thing. Oh yeah, no, I just need to open up normal Warhammer on my laptop. Should be fine then. Oh, this thing's slow though. Alright, so knowing about my Ungrim campaigns, the best way to use Cannot Die is to stack your units like crazy. Because if none of your units drop below 50% HP, you basically get an outer ring of indestructible units. Let's take a look. So anything near the lore master can't die until the unit is under 50% health. Yeah, it'll only affect the unit if they are under 50%. Now this won't really be that useful in multiplayer because obviously most people will am I logged into the wrong account? I'm logged into the wrong account. Sign out. And I gotta sign back in using my spare email. But yeah. So you can see all these guys, they're above 50% entities, so they can't die. So if you just blob them up like this, then I think they just can't die. I'm pretty sure they're just immortal. Which may or may not be busted. You can see they have... Yo, that's crazy. That's actually a really nice item. I think foot characters being basically mega buff units. You know, they just walk around. They give really cool buffs. I think that's a really nice use of these guys. You know, just turn foot characters into amped up Grail relics, and I think you're basically good. Oh my god, look at that. They actually... Wait, what? We lost one. How'd we lose a ship's company? They literally cannot die. Oh, I think it's because he's getting out of range. There we go. That should work. 115. Yeah. So the bubble is not that big. We're talking like this. So you do have to be a little careful about it. But if used correctly, you should just have an invulnerable front line, and then they will just eventually kill the Wrathmongers. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I think it's not bad though. With Black Orcs, entities would die sometimes. That's a little unfortunate. They're definitely taking less damage, at least. Like, usually a unit of Wrathmongers, they would not struggle this much, even though I certainly have a lot of dudes. What else does it give? Expert charge defense. So the question is, right, is this twice as good as a Grail relic? Because that's really what you're working with here, right? Do you have an NVIDIA graphics card? I do, but I think it's an older variant. I have a 3080 Ti. I think it's the newer ones that have the cable mounting. Turin had some tech issues, which is why we weren't able to play with them the other day. But everything should be good now. Could be cool to make lesser infantry hold longer. 8 leadership is good, but this is not like... It's not Grail relic territory. Like, I think legitimately a Grail relic would be better. It is funny seeing the Wrathmongers kind of... Oh yeah, by the way, this is another bug. I don't want to look at the Marauders. I want to look at the Wrathmongers. I don't want to have to dodge with my mouse. But it's kind of funny seeing them not do a lot of damage. The Lord getting in here is kind of mucking things up though, and like once they drop below 50% HP, it's not great. The problem is it's really easy to get a unit below 50% HP. While I think the ability is certainly cool, I don't think it actually is viable. But it's cool. You could use this on your range units so that they don't die to spells and they maintain their insane fire rate. That could be interesting. But yeah, even in like the most optimal situation, right? grinding against Wrathmongers, your units are far from invulnerable. I don't know how I feel about it. I think the Lore Master is still too expensive. But if you take him as a spellcaster, like let's say you really want Harmonic Convergence with a sick reload skill, right? And then you're like, man, I really just wanted to bring, you know, a melee lord with no spells. You know, honestly, with Aislinn, maybe, right? Okay, so Aislinn is a reason to take a spellcaster. And then you can take Spirit Leech and Earthblood and Harmonic Convergence, you know. His spell kit's not terrible. But he's competing with a normal mage, which is significantly cheaper, right? So you can bring a normal mage and just save some money. Though 8 leadership is okay. Lore Master and that plus Earthblood. So like, what do you really like? The question is this worth 600 gold, right? This plus a slightly better fighter. I guess like significantly better fighter. So like you have a much better fighter and you have the Blessed Tome. Are you willing to pay 600 gold for that? Because Bretonia in previous times. Nice build. Yeah, looking at the Grail Relique. This gives +5 melee attack in an aura and it costs 400 gold. It's also really good capture weight. So, yeah, do you use NVIDIA Broadcast? No. But yeah, I think, and the Icon of Devotion is 55 meters. It gives ITP, which is really useful. Yeah, I don't think so. For the Chad factor, absolutely. Is this gonna be another one of those situations where I call the aura buff really bad and then it ends up being good? Healing for the unkillable? Oh, that's cool. Just have to keep your infantry above 50% HP. Like, it does mitigate damage. You know what's a good way to test this? Okay. How good is this at actually mitigating damage? So let's say you have, like, you have 2 white lions. And what you really want is to hold a front line. You know, you want your infantry to trade a little bit more effectively. So what does this do? How much damage is reduced? When a unit gets to 1 HP, they stop taking damage. So in theory, if we do this, then we should actually see that come into play. You can see my terrible posture, by the way. But yeah, so let's take a look. So there's the aura buff. In a normal situation, right? You're not trying to abuse it at all. You just have some white lions fighting some Forsaken. The damage mitigation exists. You're looking at, yeah, like 300 HP difference. That's not a lot. That is not a lot, man. Shrimp gaming. Oh my god. Yeah, so like, how does that compare to the difference that a Grail Relique gives? Not only is it a larger radius, but I think it's gonna help out more. And then I'm gonna check out unit changes, because quite possibly we might have a few. We'll save models dying to spells. Yeah, but does it really matter much if they're at 1 HP? Like, I don't know. You tell me. Oh my god, that radius is so much bigger. Honestly, they should have made it a 55 meter radius. 35 meters compared to 55 is actually kind of massive. Like, the guy had to be hugging these guys. The Grail Relique is just insane. But let's look at the difference. So obviously the damage is going to be the same, but the damage dealt is significantly more. Yeah, so the Grail Relique, look at that. The Grail Relique gave them a 1,000 damage difference, okay? Before a route. That's a 1,000 damage difference. All right, that's a lot. For 400 gold, Grail Relique giving 5 melee attack. Already much better. Plus you have ITP. The difference is you get expert charge defense with the other guy, which is impactful. I'm not going to tell you expert charge defense isn't good, but this is also 55 meters. So you can affect 3 units instead of maybe 2. Probably just 1. I think, yeah, it could save your archer lines. Damage is already spread out evenly with spells, though. So, I don't think it, like, really saves them that much. There's a few spells that'll deal damage, but most of the time, by the time they start killing entities, you're gonna have them below 50% anyways. And I'm also not spending 1,000 gold to make my archers more tanky. I just take more archers, right? Like, would you rather have, you know, 4 archers and, like, 2 of them are being protected by the Blessed Tome, and if the other 2 get hit, they just die? Or would you rather just have, you know, like, 6 archers? I think the answer is clear. But, yeah, let's do some quick things. So, Glade Guard, have they been changed at all? Glade Guard are one of the most prominent units in the entire game right now. I'm checking on my side PC. Gotta get unit scale to ultra. Glade Guard, HP is the same. Armor, leadership, speed, melee stats. Yeah, everything's the same. Glade Guard have not been restricted or nerfed in the slightest. A little sad to see. Arrows of Kurnos, 600 meter range. This spell is restricted to 1 in both land battle and domination. The damage is also the same. 3 uses, price is the same. Glade Guard equals Hobgoblin arrows in value. I think it's fine for Wood Elves to have better archers and other factions, kind of like how Bretonia has better cavalry. But Bretonia only has slightly better cavalry. Wood Elves have significantly better archers. Alright, so Glade Guard is still pretty bonkers. Are Coast Zombies the same? Were they always 12,000? Yes. Ooh, Sirens, Ghosts. You change Ghosts at all? Looking pretty similar to me. Necrofex is the same price. Did they do anything for multiplayer this patch? I feel like CA gave like the lightest dollop to multiplayer this patch. I don't think they changed anything for Coast. Usually, in times of old, they would, you know, put out multiplayer patches that affect all factions. But nowadays, given that one guy going on vacation means we don't get a multiplayer patch, at least according to Lore Master of Sotek in my chat from a while ago, that's a pretty bad sign. Nothing wrong with taking vacations. I blame the company for not hiring a multiplayer team. That is quite the thing to say, though. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. The guy went on vacation. It's so funny if, like, a DLC gets delayed because one guy goes on vacation. There would be riots. But us multiplayer guys, we're good. We're used to being the second child, much like Twitch chat. I see you. Has Scab been removed yet? Scab, did they change the vampire counts at all? Honestly, bad omens though, right? 36 damage, 3 seconds, 6 meter radius. It's the same. 3 uses. The White King costs the same. Yes, the White King costs the same. Scab costs the same. Very nice. Huh. They changed this though. Yo, you guys see this? Wait just a darn second. Yo, CA putting in the work. Do you notice it? Oh, yeah, this is where I want that dev time going. Oh, this is great. Yeah. Instead of having the little lock icon here and having it be dark, now it's kind of gray. Now it's a light gray. Holy crap. Dang. Someone spent development time doing this. We aren't important. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I see you though, just like how CA sees us. Can we take max zombies and the tide? Yeah, we can't. I think they made it worse. They might have made it worse. I don't know. This is not grayscale enough. It looks like it could just be a normal unit card, and it looks like you can take it. The masters of UI design. Seriously though, that's sad. I'm not gonna get into a rant. I'm trying to not get into a rant about CA today. I want to just enjoy the game, all right? That's funny though. That's funny though. You can't tell it all. Oh boy. Yeah, that's bad. I should probably report that. It's actually not good. I should report it, but let's not get angry at it. Okay, army limits is less clear than before. I don't know if I like it, and I feel like dev time changing this was kind of wasted when there are so many other bigger issues. Can barely tell. I can't take any more banshees. Yeah, I'll send them the message. But all right, back to units. You'd rather the stream not be 50% rant? Yeah. I think I got it out of my system from the last time, and then I talked to CA about it. But at some point we gotta move on or just not play Warhammer, and right now I'm still playing Warhammer. But yeah, I think that if Sirens are the same, Karen rates are probably the same. I don't think we're seeing a lot of changes there. Given that they did actually change Skaven though. I wonder if they also buffed Sensor Bearers. Sensor Bearers, 9,600 HP, 72 leadership, 42 speed, 34 melee attack, 30 melee defense. No changes. Physical resist they always had. That's not new. Yeah. What's up? I'm doing pretty good. I'm very excited to get some matches in against Turin and Sotek. We're just waiting for them to wake up. Did Greenskins get any changes? Yeah, I'll take a look. I feel like Greenskins are a faction that could use some love. Giant looks the same. Rogue Idols look the same. They didn't nerf Lappas. That might be a good sign, actually. If they nerf that, that would be, that'd be bad. Are you east coast of Canada? Yeah. We live in the Ontario region. Lizardmen changes. I'm looking at stat changes. Are Night Goblin archers? Are they always 450? Yeah, they're always 450. Did they change? They did. Weirdly enough, they gave archers +1 melee attack or something, right? +1 armor piercing. A couple patches ago. As you all know, that revolutionized the Night Goblin archer meta for greenskins. People are spamming them nowadays. If you couldn't tell, I'm joking. But yeah, it looks like these guys are the same, unless... No, they're still at 1 AP. Wait! Wait, no, that's the Night Goblins. Never mind. Yeah, no, it's the same. You know Night Goblin archers have +1 damage? That's pretty hard. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there is no continued love for our poor gobos. Lizardmen is pretty interesting, though. Let me open that up. Are there any Lizardmen changes? Seems like it's going to be a small multiplayer balance patch. Are bloats free now? No, they're the same. I'm suspecting we're going to get a really small patch for multiplayer. I'm pretty sure we're on our own now, guys. You know, honestly, if they, Yeah, greenskins didn't get random price nerfs, so that's honestly kind of a win. But yeah, honestly, if CA don't put in a lot of multiplayer changes, then the community can start self-balancing. I'd be down for that. I feel like that'd be quite nice. It doesn't look like there's any price changes. I'm noticing basically nothing. Yeah, everything looks about the same. Did they change anything? What about Dowie? Dowie could have yeah, they could have used some love. It's really crazy that, like, they definitely, you know, I'd be less suspicious if they didn't update the Skaven prices. But I'm not gonna lie, it seems like they only changed the Skaven prices. Surely they changed more, right? Dowie look basically untouched. Unless they, like, randomly, I don't know, did they, like, change the stats on the Thunderer or something? 28 melee stats. It's the melee defense and melee attack that they usually like to scuffle around. What was the Skaven change? Sensor bearers. Did they get cheaper or are they the same? I thought they were always 1,000. No, sensor bearers are the same. They only made storm vermin cheaper by 100. I can live with this, yes. You know what? If Skaven are the only ones to get a buff, surely they did something for Nurgle, though, right? Gotta be something here for Nurgle. I specifically bought up Epidemia sucking. So did Turin. It looks like he's the same price. Come on, give me something, CA. Give me something to talk about. Furuncle's the same. All this stuff is the same. Did we get a Plague Toad buff at least? Surely people in campaign are complaining about that. Everyone's sick of Nurgle? Like the puns. Yeah, no, that's the same. Toad Dragon price decreased. Oh, hell yeah. Huge. Nice. So now all the non-meta Nurgle builds will be slightly more meta, which means Nurgle still sucks. It's true though. That's 100 gold price reduction on that bad boy right there. Huge. Come on, give me something to talk about, C8. I couldn't make you look good if I tried. Let's see here. Tooltip is not fixed. This thing should, yeah, this thing's untouched. At least they didn't nerf this thing. They did nerf the Norscan War Shrine, I think. Norska did get an Ice Wolf Chariot nerf, which is impactful. A lot of people were going ham with Ice Wolf Chariots. It also got moved into the Missile Cavalry and Chariots section instead of Cavalry and Chariots because this thing has a missile attack, which I think is dumb, but because this is just like a precursor shot at best. This does not do a lot of damage, this missile attack, but you know, whatever, man. This is small beans. I want to talk about interesting stuff today. Like, yeah, I think the War Mammoth War Shrine. Did this get nerfed or is it the same? Okay, no, I think it's the same. No, it did get nerfed. Yeah, it's 10% physical resist. I wonder. I remember I told CA that this unit was a restricted unit in multiplayer. But I told them it was restricted because of a bug that like you stack the Giver of Glory. I believe it is a mount for sale. I think I saw, yeah, Turin was running it. So they might have just been wanting to nerf the mount because you can put your lords on a war shrine now. And if you do that, it's probably quite strong, right? You can get a war shrine lord for 2,200. Which means that, yeah, you get the War Shrine, you get some spell casting. Oh, yes, Daniel fixed. Ooh, okay, wait. Is Red Olgor. The Dread Red Olgor, is he fixed? Last we checked, a Herald of Tzeentch on a mini discus could not be hit by Great Weapon dudes. Where was he? Yeah, he was in the Demons of Chaos roster. Glorious Red Olgor. Can he hit the guy? But yeah, they did nerf the War Shrines. I don't know if that's because of an internal decision or because of my feedback. I sure hope it wasn't because of my feedback, because that's not what I asked them to do. I asked them to nerf it. But let's see if this got fixed. Did Daniel get any love? They did get some new Slaneshi units, which is hype. But if we send them right on top of this guy, I'll just leave that going for a little bit. Let's see, what else should I look at? Can someone clip this and put it on Reddit? I feel like this is hilarious. Don't make it inflammatory. When I post on Reddit, I accidentally make the title way too clickbaity because I'm in YouTube mindset. But like, surely this will farm you some points or something, right? Come on, it's funny. Come on. Looks fixed to me. Oh yeah, he's weak. He still sucks. Like, you know, if you do put it on Reddit, put it in like good jest, but like at least I want attention to be brought up to this stuff. I don't want to go quietly into this good night, otherwise see he's not gonna fix it. 1 hour later, yeah, the guy's gonna die. He's never gonna land a hit, is he? Oh yeah, no, he ain't landing a hit. Let's see here. I can look at Empire next. How the F? Yeah, so you see that little swirl on the ground there, right? So his hitbox is like this, right? Like the guy, he's hitting in like this area, right? He's hitting in like this area. So like, because this guy's so close, right? The power of hugging Khorne has never known love. So he's only like, you know, he just keeps swinging and missing, you know? He's not actually hitting here. Tzeentch change? No, this has been in for a while. This has been in for actually a long time. So the DLC will be in 7.0. Yeah. And this bug will probably also be in the game. It affects campaign people, so maybe that'll get Creative Assembly to look into it. Like I said, they're probably putting out a lot of fires with the whole DLC situation. You know, the delay, the big bugs that they had to fix. So give them some time. Give them some time, all right? I've been giving them time for a while now, but you never know. Ooh, I wonder if they... There's no way they updated Demogryph Knights, though, right? There's no way. Does Kairos have access to the new lore of magic? Oh, I can check that out in a sec. Bro, is this guy not gonna die? It's because he has Gore Feast active. What a slap fest. The Battle of the Undying. So this guy has what? 25 melee attack to his 45 melee defense. So that means he has a 15% chance to hit. Oh my gosh. You hope the next game they release doesn't tie animations directly to hitboxes like this. The amount of problems it causes is insane. Honestly, a new engine would be so hype for like Total War 40k. That would be chef's kiss, all right? That would be so good. I think this engine's really showing its age at this point. And like, you know, you need like a proper like dev team to actually get in. Because like fixing problems like this can take a really long time. Same with like the range unit issues and all that. There's just so much code on code on code that if you try to fix something, you're probably going to break something else. I'm pretty sure the unit sidestepping thing got introduced because they tried to fix range attacks. It's very janky, like I said many times before. I don't envy their position. I think I probably have somewhere. I'll just leave this running while I look. Let's see here. Do I have like a multiplayer? Do I have a multiplayer balance thing somewhere? I could have sworn I saw like a little balance sheet at some point. And even if I'm not allowed to read it verbatim, I can probably at least get a general idea of what might have been changed. All right, I'm sick of this. 10, no, this is 20 minutes straight. Man, this guy does no damage. This Herald is really bad at fighting Red Olgor. I can't believe it. We lost before either of them did. The issue's not animations. Well, it's like hitboxes. Animations have their own host of issues, though, which is why I let that fly. Okay, this is one thing that might have been changed. Yeah, I know, hitboxes in this game are real janky. We'll leave it at that, because there's a whole host of things. Yeah, look at this! The Demon Prince used to be 350 base weapon damage and 150 AP. Demon Princes used to not be armor piercing, which is pretty bad. Now they are. Look at that. He has AP. You get anything else? His price is the same, but yeah, I guess he will do a bit more damage now. That's nice, I guess. Let's see, another big one that I heard about. Okay, yeah. I thought I might have heard about some cav changes, but it looks like no cav changes. Did they do anything? Okay, I guess the Demon Prince thing is okay. Oh yeah, I did hear about engineers getting nerfed. Yeah, these guys, I heard they got nerfed. Or at least that they were thinking about it when I proposed the whole, they should be a skirmisher type of unit. the engineers get nerfed? Holy crap. Oh my god. Yeah, yo guys, they nerfed them. Oh my gosh, it's huge actually. Yo, you guys see it? Yeah, their base missile damage went down from 20 to freaking 18. And their AP went from 80 to 72. Honestly though, not gonna lie, 10% is actually, like a 10% damage reduction is actually not bad for them. It's not a massive nerf, like they're still gonna crush face. That's enough AP damage to one-shot infantry. So it's really only good versus single entity monsters. There'll be 10% less damage to monsters. They'll still one-shot infantry, which is really bad. Did they nerf Mercurial Shot? That one's a ludicrous spell. Nice. That's one of the main selling points about engineers. It's a good thing we reduced their damage. This fixes all multiplayer. Man, I really don't want this to become a negative Nancy stream. But like, I literally can't find anything to be interested about. Come on! Surely there's something here. Surely there's something. Come on, come on. Let me see if I can find anything. This one was cool. Kislevite warriors are cheaper. Did they nerf them? Sometimes CA is weird and they give nerfs and buffs to a unit. But if we look at the warriors, yeah, see, I don't know why they did this. Okay, so obviously a price reduction is good regardless. But they reduced... What? Okay. They gave them +1 melee attack. -2 melee defense. -25 gold. I don't even know what the point of this change is, right? Did they change their stat spread on damage? No. Rant co-op stream with Turin went. Yo, Turin's already still feeling bad about the whole dedicated servers thing. You could play some refreshing Warcraft 3 to detox. Okay, seriously though. So, at the end of the day, the unit is slightly better because of the cost reduction. Being able to just take more units is nice. 500 is a really nice flat amount of money. So Kislev builds, and like, you know, most of their strength is Bio Blood and the HP pool. Melee defense changes won't do that much. So like the unit is 25 gold cheaper. The stat change is like whatever. But most Kislev builds are going to save 125 gold, which is significant. 125 gold is a solid amount of savings. Kislev could use the buffs. And I don't think they're that weak. I did feel like they needed a slight buff though. So that actually is something that moves in the right direction. A little mild, but I'll take what I can get. Hoping for dedicated servers is just setting yourself up for disappointment. I think me and Turin both are not hoping for it anymore. He was hoping for it for the launch of Warhammer 3. We still have starry eyes for like the next Total War fantasy game. You know, Total War 40k will have dedicated servers. I doubt it. But let us wish upon a star. Thing of the Woods. It does have Vanguard deployment now. Now that's actually kind of impactful. Yeah, that's actually a big change. It's not a huge change, but having a Vanguard, you know, semi-cav unit means that a lot of Kislev builds, they might start thinking about running things in the woods to steal points really quickly, because they are actually quite cheap. That's not bad. That's not bad. You're not stuck summoning in horse archers and dervishes from your vanguard. I would say this is actually a really smart thing to do for domination. Honestly, Kislev is eating all right. Like, I think Kislev is happy that they got a slight buff. They will be a slightly stronger faction now. We don't have a link to the patch notes. No, I'm just looking at like the biggest changes. It's bad juju to just read off. Ah, sorry. Jeez. All right. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I was the NDA alarm. Run for a shelter. CA hitman incoming. Yeah, I think it's just like an Amber alert or something. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're good. I actually didn't get a chance to read the alert. Is anyone in the GTA also getting the alert? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what the alert is? Was it actually something important, or is it just an Amber alert? I just wanted to get it to stop beeping. Yeah, it's like a storm or missing person alert, but like, which one was it? Let me just double check real quick. I don't think there's anything. Alright, whatever. We move on. If I die, I die. It's an Ontario test alarm. Alright, sick. Ignorance is bliss. I appreciate that, Karab, dear. As a man with anxiety, I don't want to live with this. Just a test alert. CA's not coming for my booty. Dang, Sotek's still not here. But yeah, Kislev got a little bit of a buff. Ice Wolf Chariots got nerfed. Oh. Okay, so they did nerf. Wait, did they nerf Ice Wolves? Ice Wolves are the same. They were really good on the Norskin roster, but not OP. Just the Ice Wolf Chariot. We were just getting that mixed up. Let's see here. Okay. So Nurgle, the Toad Dragon, is cheaper. The Toad Dragon is cheaper. And Plague Drones maybe got buffed? Yes! Yes! Plague Drones buffed, baby! Woo! Okay, that's actually not the worst thing ever. They got plus 300 mass. Which, they did have pretty good impact hits before. They're gonna have slightly better impact hits. As a Plague Drone enjoyer, I think this is a fun change. Is Nurgle healing? No. I don't know if it'll make a huge difference. I guess we might as well test. Let's get some real chonkers here. So we'll get some Knight Lances. And we'll get some Chaos Warriors, right? And then I'm gonna see if the Plague Drones are good here. It's something. Nurgle did get buffed. They did get buffed. Imagine the Nurgle Air Force becomes meta. Mass changes can be really impactful, so we're not gonna write it off just yet. So if you just YOLO your Plague Drones into the infantry, you can see the damage is not super high. How well do they phase through infantry though? Okay, yeah, Nurgle's cooked. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I'm pretty sure Nurgle's cooked. Maybe we shouldn't be a Debbie Downer. Maybe the Toad Dragon meta is upon us. What flies suck? I'm sorry they do. You know, I was thinking maybe they get enough mass to push through at least Chaos Warriors, but come on, baby. Come on. Yeah. And then, yeah, versus the Chaos Knights. Alright, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think Nurgle's cooked. Alright, so if not that... I do know Slaanesh Cavalry. Slaanesh Cavalry is nerfed in some ways. We did see a little bit of that. So Hellstriders and Hellscourge. Hellstriders are limited to 3, which will make a very slight impact. Let's see here. Is there anything with the Keeper of Secrets? I'd love to see a Keeper of Secret change. Keeper of Secrets. Oh, dang. Wait. They actually did buff the Keeper of Secrets, and unironically, actually significantly. Like, I'm not joking this time. Keeper of Secrets got plus 700 HP. 700 HP, 4 melee defense, which is actually kind of significant. Yo, Slaanesh buff? The mass is the same. Their AP values are also the same. Did they also buff the Exalted Keeper? If they did, that'd be hilarious. If they buff the Exalted Keeper, that's definitely a land battle hand-me-down that I've taken. But it seems like the Exalted is the same. So they only buffed the normal Keeper. Does that make a big difference? The answer is no. I don't think people will run the Keeper if it has a bit more HP. Though the Regiment of Renowned Keeper of Secrets having more HP is nice. Because, yeah, they also get Feasting on Fear. Dang. Of course they buff Slaanesh of all factions. Yeah. Slaanesh needed this, man. They needed this. But yeah, so the Marquis of Masochism getting a 10% HP buff is actually kind of chonky. It's not gonna break the meta or anything, but that's kind of cool. Yeah, they did change the ROR. Slaanesh Auto Resolve needs this, yeah. It's gonna be a campaign holdover. Any Cathay buffs? Oh yeah, I'll check out Cathay, Karafthi, I'm so sorry. Yo, did you know the Praeton is actually pretty good versus the Cathay Balloon build? Were you there for that? It's not that good versus the Cathay Balloon build. Long Marauders will still kill it, but it has 45% missile resist. That's pretty funny. Make me up when they give Skaven +5 leadership across the board? Never. They did nerf Fiends of Slaanesh. They nerfed Heartseekers. The Eternal Entourage. I don't think they nerfed Normal Seekers. That would be pretty cray. Normal Seekers kind of feel like they're in a good position right now. And it seems like they're quite similar. But yeah, Karafthi, I got you. I got you. I got you. Grandest Cathay. So for price-wise, we're looking at very similar situations. Did they nerf my Moonbird? Alright, Moonbird's the same. I can rest easy. Balloons are the same. Ammunition looks very similar. Did they nerf the Nangao Grenadiers? Sometimes they nerf these bomber units. Looking very similar. The Gate Master. I did talk about the Gate Master sucking. Looking pretty similar. Did he always have the Kite of Uttermost Airs? I can never use this guy. Oh! Hell yeah! Wait, yo, they changed up some items. Yeah, he doesn't have Bolt Storm anymore. Yo! Oh wait, no, never mind. I had this guy selected. Never mind, he's the same. He still has Bolt Storm. It still sucks. Still has Warrior Bane. Yeah, I was looking at the Magistrate. My bad. Peasants are still expendable. I'm sure they still have 2 capture weight. Satang is the same price. I'm really not seeing any changes here. There is one interesting thing though. I think you guys will love this. If there's one thing I know you guys love, it's it's Slaanesh buffs, right? They might have changed Phantasmagoria. This is a big change. I think they might have given Slaanesh another buff. You hear me out? You know, I might disagree with CA on a lot of stuff, but as an unbiased caster, I'm very unbiased, all right? But I personally love this, all right, if true. Oh, hell yeah! You can cast Phantasmagoria on a moving target now. Before it would cast on the ground, and now it follows the target. I think they increased the price though. Pretty sure they increased the price to 15. But it makes the spell usable now. Yeah, I got +1 Winds of Magic. Hell yeah. Overcast is the same. Which means Slaanesh actually has a pretty ludicrous buff now. Slaanesh has a ludicrous net. I'm just saying. Thank you, CA. I really appreciate the Slaanesh buff. I can't believe it. They actually did it. We were all memeing, but they actually buffed Slaanesh. Slaanesh can finally flourish in multiplayer. I bet you this is the land battle people complaining about Slaanesh not being strong enough. I'll take it though, I'll take it. In all actuality, it's probably bad that they buffed this and they gave them a unit to be stronger against cheese. I think Slaanesh may be in a better state for land battle, but in domination, we're just gonna nerf it. At the end of the day, if we nerf or if we ban Slaanesh and that solves all of our issues, whatever, right? Whatever, just give me another year where Turin bans Slaanesh, we move on with our lives, you know? They're only my most favorite faction in the game, but you know what? I don't care anymore, alright? I just want them to fix the more important issues. Community will figure it out on its own. Because honestly, CA clearly don't have enough time to fix everything, so we'll move on. It will be a little sad to not see Dakala or the Mask or Stykar, but was Slaanesh ever considered a weak faction? So, for people in the land battle scene, Slaanesh was actually bottom tier because they couldn't break boxes. They had no tools to actually get into boxes. And they were only strong in domination because of their army ability charging up so fast. In land battle, army abilities don't really matter as much because the fight's usually over before then. So me and the land battle community, at least some people in there, we talked with each other and we're like, okay, what we need is Slaanesh army abilities to charge up slower, and they felt like chariots needed to be buffed. So we got a solid consensus on that. I talked about this before, but I'll say it one time this stream for people who didn't catch it. Yeah. So like that was the rough thing, because they're like, yeah, in land battle, the mobile cav is actually much weaker. They generally consider Hellstriders to be quite weak in land battle. Unfortunately, what we got was no chariot buffs. I can't really tell if the army ability charge up is nerfed either. And then they give Stykar, who is good in all modes. And then they buff Phantasmagoria, which is like honestly, in land battle it probably matters less, but you know what? Yeah, I don't know. Not the most elegant of changes, I'll give you that. At the end of the day, both communities will go their separate ways and balance it out on their own. I'd rather they just fix range units, since you can't really fix that with a mod. I do think the Praetin gives some interesting stuff, though. Sorry to spam your question. Oh, yeah. It's my bad for not seeing it. How do you decide which flanking unit to use when playing Slaanesh? When they have so many options? Is there usually... yeah, you usually just pick the best option. Hellstriders are best for low armor units. Seekers are best for high armor units. You know, Eternal Entourage and like Heartseekers are good against units that have really high melee defense. We're talking like Vampire Coast Crabs that you wouldn't be able to kill with like a lighter Seeker of Slaanesh. But at the end of the day, you're basically flanking with everything. You take Fiends if you want them to be a little tankier. But like, you know, if you're flanking, basically everything will foot the bill. Though like, to subcategorize, for armored cavalry, for light cavalry, for crumbling units like Tomb Kings, for super tanky units like Crabs, both of these guys, for halberds, if you want a unit that is tanky that can stick around for longer. That's kind of the subcategories that we get. And then we have ultra killy, you know, win condition cavalry. Since they have Feasting on Fear, they'll just last forever. Super good at uptrading. And these ones for a little bit more armor, and in case you can't be sure that you're going to get a flank, they'll hold their own a little bit better than Cav, but they're slower. And chariots, you just don't take chariots for flanking. Unfortunately, Slaanesh chariots are kind of garbo, so I won't take them. Most of the time, though, yes, it is Fiends. The answer is Fiends 75% of the time. Anyways, we're just waiting on Turin and or Sotek to get to me. So far, neither have messaged me. They do live on the west coast, so maybe they're sleeping in, I don't know. Can we get a look at Raptor Cav, please? I don't think they're getting any value. I should check, by the way. I'm also spamming. Did Chaos Dwarves get changes at all? Yeah, let's take a quick look at Chowie. Get the laptop back on my lap. Chaos Dwarves. We're looking at no notable price changes. Honestly, in the list of stuff that CA gave me on changes, it's a pretty short list, and they didn't even implement all the stuff that they were kind of thinking about. So I'm just gonna go out on a whim and say, you know what? I think that's it. I think that's actually the most notable changes. I actually can't find more. And I feel like I might just want to move on with my life because, like, the amount of digging we have to do is kind of absurd. It really doesn't seem like they did a lot. So I don't think it's worth really digging any deeper. Instead, I want to see this real quick. Did they fix the thing? So the War Mammoth War Shrine. Is it still bugged? I kind of want to know just so I can keep it in the back of my head. 20 reload on harmonic though. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know. The last multiplayer patch, the multiplayer patch that they had in between 7.0 and the last update, that one had so many cool changes from like the knockdown stuff and some spell changes. They gave the Kislev spell, you know, they made it 30% cheaper, which is like really impactful. But then like they just kind of stopped. Like, did the multiplayer guy just leave? Did he go on vacation forever? Is he just forever grabbing milk? I don't know. I really don't know anymore. But like it seems like that was like their last good multiplayer patch, right? In fact, that was kind of just the last multiplayer patch in general outside of this one. So I'm really wondering. I don't want to get too skeptical. I'm trying to be better. Yes, this is still freaking bugged. Yeah, so Giver of Glory, you can see 19% physical resist. Now you can say it buffs allies and self. So maybe that's intended, that the buff is supposed to do that. If you pull away the mammoths, yeah, it's still bugged. Oh my god. Ah, jeez. And this is gonna be even worse now. Because it's gonna be even worse because the unit. War Shrine. Covered earlier, but worse because it's a mount now. The ability stacks even when you split the mammoths. Bug. Norska. Posted. Alright. Yeah, anyways. Shouldn't it be limited to one anyways? It's limited to one because the multiplayer scene limits it to one. In yeah, you can take two. In fact, you can just take two normally. So if you're a quick battle enjoyer, you should look out for these. Does Throg have access to trolls? In the extended roster, you can see there's stone trolls and bile trolls and stuff. Give it a hard maybe. For all you non-unit cap enjoyers, may this be a sign of things to come, maybe. It's kind of cool. It's hilarious Kadai destroyers are still limited to one. Honestly, I feel like the big monsters, you know, they should be limited to one in general. For multiplayer balance reasons. You can't trust CA letting people take 2,000 or 4,000 gold of the same SC. That can lead to a lot of issues. But yeah, it's still limited to 2 and bugged. So that's a double doozy. But like I said, we're doing a lot of moving on with our lives today. But it's the only way I can stay sane, right? The only thing we can do is hope that it gets fixed in 7.1. Mammoth meta. Well, yeah, obviously Turin's gonna restrict the unit. Obviously he's gonna restrict the unit. Do Slongors beat Marauder Berserkers 1v1? I think Slongors are kind of well, we'll see. Let's take Berserkers. If they beat Berserkers, that would be pretty ludicrous, right? They're significantly cheaper. AI doesn't know how to control its units super well, but I'm kind of hoping that they attack them. Why do you hate the Shredder of Lustria? Yeah, Shredder of Lustria is 4,000 gold in 1 SE. In general, you shouldn't be able to take more than 4,000, so I guess 2 War Shrine Mammoths might make sense. But generally, honestly, the War Shrine Mammoths, it's not the worst. Holy damage, though. Look at the deeps. Wowza. Wowza. Oh my god. Are they winning? Woo-wee. Woo. Slaanesh is eating good today until they get Bane hammered. Yeah, it's because they get pleasure through pain. That's a +8 melee attack for sitting in the grind and taking deeps. Woo! Woo, man, how fast are they compared to Berserkers? Balanced. We're trying to not be negative today, people. I want you guys to be positive, all right? Now list off everything about this patch that you are excited about, all right? Or maybe not things that we covered today. All right, that isn't campaign. Give me all the multiplayer stuff that makes you excited to play multiplayer. That isn't just them adding units, because obviously that's always going to be exciting. All right, we got to be positive. I'm positive Slaanesh is going to be banned on launch. Dreadmaws, snakes. Yeah, you can't just, it's cheating to just list a new unit. That's obviously. Worms. Skaven Stormvermin spam. There you go. That's the one. Although they have new magic is actually cool. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Skaven buffs. Yeah, you get the mask, you get the War Shrine. There you go. I think the Lore of Mist is actually one of the most hyped things. The new Lore of Magic is genuinely exciting. You have a Vigor debuff and a Slow. You have immune to contact effects and like a cool heal, kind of like a mini regrowth. Flensing Har. What's the spread range on it? 40 meters? Okay, that's actually decent, right? I kind of wonder. So if you get Warriors of Chaos and they have a Chaos Warrior frontline, you have your Mist Mage and you have like 5 archers, right? Pretty standard fare for the High Elves. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Also, man, everyone's sleeping, bro. Everyone's sleeping. Smug elves. It was a patch, which means that they are working on stuff, which is positive. I'll take it. I'll take it. So if I use Flensing Har, it's a 48-second duration. Long cast time, but now it's up. Reduces them to bronze shields, 19% block chance and 70 armor. The spread range is kind of bad though. The spread range doesn't spread onto these guys, but for the low price of 12 winds of magic, you can get these Chaos Warriors looking pretty chump change. Usually High Elf archers do not do this much damage to these guys because Silver Shields is a lot. Now it is a lot of magic, but it's definitely within the realms of usable. If you are taking the lore of magic for other reasons, like, you might as well, right? You can overcast and make it last a long time. Normal cast is only 24 seconds. I think you do want to overcast it. But like, it gets the job done. That's pretty hype. Lore of Hags has this, but better. Yeah, but High Elves have better archers than Kislev. Like, significantly so. You can even go, I don't know, Reaver Archers. It's probably not good enough. Timu Curse of the Ancient Witch. It is. I'm trying to be positive, though. Yeah, if you look at the lore of Hags, Curse of the Ancient Witch is 8. See, it doesn't last as long, though, but it is a much bigger missile resist, or missile reduction and armor reduction. Its spread range is less, get wrecked, Kislevites. But yeah, I think it's probably not going to see that much play. But I don't know. People don't really take Lore of the Hags, because it doesn't really have an S tier spell. But if Lore of the Mists has Walk Between Worlds as an S tier, maybe you take this. Though, honestly, I think the biggest dub is Mistress of the Deeps. What makes Slaanesh your favorite faction? Really high mobility cavalry. It's a good way to just flex my cav micro and my game sense. So Slaanesh is really good for taking advantage of misplays that your opponents make. And that's kind of how we roll. But yeah, Mistress of the Deeps. By the way, the spell range thing. You see how it's blue and then I click here and then he doesn't cast, right? Yeah, that's another thing. But I'm breaking my own rule. Positivity. We'll leave that one for later. But yeah, how much damage can these guys get? As you can see, they last a decent amount of time. They will hold for... Yeah, they'll hold for quite a while, and they get 260 gold value for what, 12 wins? Yeah, that's pretty worth. I think this Oceanid summon alone is already... I think it's already enough to make it worth running the Lore of Mists. Especially against high armor, because Oceanids... Well, actually, no, they don't have AP. They don't have AP, so maybe you run it versus greenskins. Fast Cav cries in Nurgle. Yeah, you won't be surprised, but Nurgle's one of my least favorite factions. Our magic attacks common in multiplayer, super common. But these guys actually die to non-AP damage a lot more than magic attacks. We did some testing. A unit of huntsmen will kill this much faster than you know, a magic damage unit most of the time. Though it'll be close. It could be very close. I might eat my words. What factions are good in land battles? I'm not sure. I think Cathay and a lot of the box factions are good. I'm pretty sure Cathay is really good in land battle. Being able to just sit there in the defensive formation is really nice. It's kind of funny, but land battle and domination are kind of flipped. Yeah, these guys don't have AP, so they're much better versus like... So if you're facing greenskins, and you know you're gonna run into like, I don't know, like a bunch of orc boys, you know, cheap shielded infantry, then Oceanids will probably be better. You were thinking more about the 55% physical resist buff? Oh, with the spell? That will be good in multiplayer. Even though magic attacks are common, you can cast it away from the magic attacks. Like, it's not so common that like everyone has it. I wonder if Nullstone can do anything. Oh yeah, there is Nullstone too. It's a 35-second silence map wide for your units too. That one's pretty funny. But yeah, I think Oceanid Summon, in the time it takes them to disappear, they can kill a whole Orc Boy. Given that you would Burning Head an Orc Boy for the same Winds of Magic, that's pretty good. Like Oceanids, they will uptrade Light Infantry, and they're fast enough to keep pace with Light Infantry. So I think it'd be really hard not to get your value off of this summon. It's a little sad that it's probably just going to be summons again that we see being used, but it's something for the Lore of Mist, and it uses the new unit. Like, there's no reason not to just chuck that summon at a light infantry unit or like an archer. Like, it would be really good just chucking it on an Orc Arrow Boy. The oppression of the greenskins continues. Yeah. It's solid. It's solid. Let's see if I can find someone for multiplayer games. For multiplayer games, question mark. Yeah, I think the water elementals actually have a use. Just buying them for 1,100, I don't think is as good. But there's some crazy stuff you can do. Like, let's give the greenskins just like a ludicrous amount of archers. With the Lore of Mists, you can give these guys almost the maximum amount of physical resist. And then with the missile resist, they actually just shouldn't take any damage. Is the Murworm going to see play? Absolutely. I don't think it'll be in every High Elf build, but High Elves need a big ground monster.
The sea patrols,
yeah, they need a big ground monster. But yeah, so here's the thing. You can get this guy to 85% physical resist, 20% missile resist. So you're hitting the cap. So you can see they're taking like 2 damage a hit, right? From the arrows. Basically nothing. And it's gonna last you a whole minute. So if you know that the enemy faction is not gonna have any magic damage, you can just chuck this out. Or you can bring the Null Stone and then use that in conjunction. And then they just can't kill him. Like, yeah, they're just gonna sit there and live forever. Here's the problem though. After that disappears, right? So yeah, you get some time to YOLO them, but now the spell is gone and then they die. So taking them as a unit, I don't really feel like it's gonna be worth it ever. Even against units that don't have magic damage, they still didn't pay for themselves. These are light infantry. So I don't think you will see that. But for the big one, the Sea Elemental, oh boy. Sea Elemental for only 800 gold more. That's less than a Silver Helm difference. Oh boy. Oceanids are pretty terrible. I think the summon will be good though, because that can get you a solid amount of value. But this one, oh my god, I don't know what the crap you're supposed to do against it. So not only do you have the Lore of Mist supporting this bad boy, yeah, you have the Lore of Mists. AI is trying to form ranks to shoot. As soon as they fire, you give it that bufferino, so now it takes 2 damage per arrow that hits it. It does insane damage. It has great mass. Looks like pretty good animations to dodge arrows and such. And if it gets dived in on by some magic damage lord, you just use the Null Stone, and then they have no magic damage against something with 70 melee defense and 45 melee attack. It has resistances, so it's not going to take an insane amount more damage. And I think later on in the battle, if you keep it alive, it's Perfect Vigor. Perfect Vigor is definitely going to do well. Though I think realistically, instead of just diving headfirst with this guy, because he does take a little bit of damage, I think probably the most meta thing will be Eltharion plus AC Elemental. Because Apotheosis doesn't have a Vigor. Yeah, Apotheosis doesn't have a Vigor increasing effect. So a little bit of its, you know. It's not as good as Regrowth, which does. Because you don't have to worry about that now. You can run Apotheosis. I think it'll be, yeah, I think it'll be Sea Elemental or Murworm as a big ground SC. Many factions want to have a big ground SC. Alright, not bad. I'm just gonna grab a quick snack because it's gonna be a long stream today. I will be right back with you. And hopefully we can get someone to play multiplayer with us. Allô? I'm gonna get myself a proper meal. 300 gold gobos are surprisingly effective. I like the spear ones though, because they're actually good versus large. But yeah, I really want to try out some sweat builds. Really want to try out some sweat builds. Versus Turin. Still waiting on him though. He said he would be a BSEC. The gobbo meta is upon us. Should I just go mass gobbos versus Turin? Is that the new meta? Yeah, I really want to play Demons of Chaos with Pleasure Seekers. Surely Pleasure Seekers will make a big difference here, right? Do they have anything else though? Man, Warriors of Chaos really did get everything, didn't they? Alright, let me get my food. And we're back. Still no messages. Microwaving. Yeah, I live in a small apartment. Everything's kind of nearby. Soon I will be moving out though. Be getting maybe more space. We'll see. Yep. Burrow for the Tomb Scorpion would be hype. That would actually be so hype. Burrow it. Instead, it just has crazy animations. It does have a burrow animation. Can we see it? Yeah, there it is. I feel like that'd be cool. Do I think they plan on doing it? Nah. They might though, they might. If enough people ask for it, I'm sure they'll consider at least. How far away is my plate? Just on my left. Also, Beastman does have Chimera. Oh, you're forgetting them about forgetting about it? Or you're afraid that they would forget about it, I see. But yeah, this is early access, I can't queue. What do you do for work? This is my job. And then people always say the insulting thing that's like, wow, you can make YouTube work with this few viewers? And I'm like, screw you. Screw you. But no, it is barely enough. Barely enough. It is enough. I could pay my rent. I'm even putting a little bit of money into savings, but I have to be very frugal. Like super frugal, all right? Like no eating out, no vacations, no car. All right, it's just me, home cooking, a small apartment. Where are you in Canada? In Ontario. I'm not getting more specific though. But yeah, I have to be very frugal, but it's fine. I'm happy. I could make more money doing software development, but I would be less happy. So why would I do that? Doombolt is the same price, by the way. It didn't get nerfed. Now, I am, by the way, I should state, by the way, for any aspiring YouTubers out there. But, I specifically was in a very safe position to take the jump into YouTube. I'm fully aware that not everyone is as privileged as me to have, like, you know, a supporting family, safety nets, and all that. Right? Like, my family helped paid for my university tuition, so I didn't graduate with any debt. And that's already like miles ahead of a lot of people. That is just a thing that I unfairly get. Now, like, you know, I'm still gonna make use of that, right? To have an enjoyable life. Like, my parents did that so I could live happy, so I'm still gonna do that. But this is not me touting that, like, I'm doing anything special. I just happened to get lucky, essentially, on the roll of the dice of where I was born. Otherwise, absolutely not. I would not be doing this without safety nets. That would be so terrifying. Some people do, though, which is, you know, up to them, I guess. Yeah, the Chimera is so good. I think the Chimera is going to be like a solid staple. Its breath attacks are so strong. What did you study in school? Comp Sci and mathematics. I learned about stats. I learned about proofs. I learned about game theory. All of which I've applied to my Warhammer. Now, I was never like an expert in any of these fields. I took like, also by the way, this is sick. Because if he flies, it still heals him. So you just have to land on the ground for a second and then you can get the massive heal. It's really good. But yeah, I'm not like an expert in statistics. I'm not an expert in game theory. But at least I know the basics. Which is why I feel so confident when I talk about some spells sucking. I feel like the skills I learned there would help me out. But despite that, I've been wrong. I was very confident about Grail Reliques not being good at 400 gold, and they became meta, so ate my words there. And then the math, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly which math topics I took. It was mostly comp sci and uni. For math in high school, I just took whatever there was. I took like all the advanced maths. Because that was the only thing I was good at. Because screw English class, man. English was my worst mark. Oh my goodness, I was so bad. I wonder if the Dreadmaw DPS is good versus big targets. I've been really underwhelmed by the Dreadmaw, I'm not gonna lie. I think Dreadmaw is just gonna be a thing that people don't run. if I understand correctly, Turin bought it a lot yesterday, right? Also, yeah, Turin and Sotek are, I think, sleeping. I haven't seen them, so I don't know. So Dreadmaw is AP. It does about 90 damage per hit, plus an explosion of like 50-ish. Talking like 150 damage per hit. Oof. Like, this doesn't feel good. This does not feel good in the slightest. I think the much better is Archer Disruption. Yeah, like a good Dreadmaw could be really toxic in multiplayer. Though there has to be a middle ground, right? Like, the Thunder Barge is in a good spot, you know? You can bring a Thunder Barge, and while it's not, like, optimal to bring, like, I can still beat lesser players with it. Whereas the Dreadmaw, I don't know if I can actually... I don't know if I can pull the same thing off, you know? Maybe? But it doesn't feel like it has... It doesn't feel like a win condition unit, you know? I think that's what I don't like about it. It's just kind of a... It's a unit that kind of does its own thing. Unless the Archer Disruption is really hype. Which I'll take a look at now. It's not terrible for disrupting archers. Because you get 2 unburrows, and then you can reburrow. Maybe. I like that they cause terror. That's kind of one way you can squeeze a lot of value out of them. Because a lot of terror-causing units can't be everywhere on the battlefield. But Dreadmaws can kind of just go wherever. And then route off a unit that's really low. And you don't really have to think about it very much. The psychological effect of a Dreadmaw lurking in your backline. Oh man. I always love the psychology victories. That's what they... It's usually said ironically. But sometimes I question. Then again, I feel like, you know, there have been players in esports history, like even in like StarCraft, that would lose the psychological game. Basically in StarCraft 2, there's a unit called the Sentry, which makes a clone of units. So you can just make a unit out of nowhere, but the unit does no damage. It's called a hallucination, right? It just attacks and it can draw fire. And what someone did was they spammed a bunch of elite units in a game they were losing. And the other guy just left. Because he was really prone to tapping out early. So he just left. He left a winning game because of the mind games, the psychology. Yep. Good old Idra. So, you know, maybe I shouldn't write it off that much. maybe just a psychological effect of Dreadmaws being super annoying will do it. Honestly though, if I see someone bring a Dreadmaw, the only thing I'm thinking of is like, man, they're missing a whole unit of cavalry. Dreadmaw versus Elementals. I think Elementals win. Or I don't know. I think Oceanids are worse because they're too expensive. Dreadmaws can at least do something, which is disrupt a backline. And the Sea Elemental is the best. Sea Elemental might be an S tier unit. Hydra, right? No, yeah, not Hydra. Hydra. I think I actually saw Hydra, by the way, at a convention once. That was really weird. I didn't really know who they were, so I didn't want to get like an autograph or something. But yeah, no, they're just chilling at the convention, just playing StarCraft. And yeah, like one of my friends was just like, "Wait, is that Hydra?" I was like, "What?" He looked at him and was like, "Oh my gosh, I think it is." They definitely have the micro to be Hydra. That was strange. Are Giants any good? They get outclassed by Edens. What's the max killing power of Edens, I wonder? You know what I really wonder? Greenskins? Get this guy. So that he doesn't get in the way. Get a Giant, get an Eden. Alright. Have the Giants been power crept? The answer is yes, but by how much? We will see. It's close. It's close. Dang. That's with the Savage Orc Shaman doing 2,000 damage, though. I think without the Shaman, the Eden wins. Actually, yeah. Without the Shaman, the Eden definitely wins. Whoa, Throg, what was that? Wait, what was that? Wait, did someone see it? Wait. What was that? What happened to Throg? 6-1 versus 6-0. Wait, yo. I gotta take a look at that. Throg got punted. You gotta see it. Yeah, I think he bounced off the Eden. I think we got a ping pong. Anyways, this guy, because of his healing, would win if he disengaged, but in a straight up fight, the Giant wins. All right, let's see it. Get the clips ready. Get your clips ready. Witness. Your Throg looks so tiny compared to the Eden. All right, here we go though. Charge him in. I'm pretty sure he bounces off the Eden. Does this guy have an attack command? He jumping attacks him. Smacks him into his belly. It's launched backwards. Yo, he goes soaring, man. Look at that guy. And he hits the ground. And then he bounces back. And he bounces forwards. He didn't hit the Eden, though. He just hit the ground so hard, he went back forwards. All right. Nice. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, he got launched higher than the giant. Hits the ground running. It's like those Chinese martial arts movies. It is. That's so perfect. Bad for the knees. Well, that was interesting. Skyrim giant logic? Ah, yeah. Alright. What else is there to do? Man, I've been itching to get some proper multiplayer games in for so long now, man. Let me in! I just need someone to play against me. I can kind of understand it, though. Not everyone wants to go against, you know, this every game. Is there anything else I'd want? So the giant wins in a fair fight. No disengaging, no cycle charging, no nothing. The giant wins. Although he might lose without the help of the Lord. Because there was that Lord that got 2,000 damage in. And that means that the Eden probably would have had more HP.
Aceland! Sky Scout! We rule the skies! Moving out! Stop! Guards of the Sea Patrol! It is your duty to vanquish the enemy! Orders received! With precision! Combat die! Approaching position! Fly over! Speed up! Glide on! Test their metal!
Oh. Yeah, Wood Elves are cooked.
Eyes and ears!
Wood Elves are so cooked. Oh my god.
Sky Scout!
Are you kidding me?
Swoop upon them!
This is so cooked.
Sky Strike!
Yeah, you can dodge with this so easily.
And acid!
And they have move and shoot. Yeah, they have move and shoot. So you can just volley fire them. I swear, this is actually the best ground chariot in the game. Hawk Rider nonsense. Hawk Riders were never OP in multiplayer.
Aerial attack! Get
Hawk Riders wish they could be this good, man. Are you kidding me?
patrol!
You see these guys? Oh my god.
On the wing! Test their metal!
How good is Tempest against them? Yeah, we should start thinking about counters. Maybe they have some hard counters. Are there terrain penalties for Skycutters when grounded? I think if they're in the trees. Alright, so let's say you are facing Skycutters. Let's say it's on ladder, right? What's the best way to deal with them? I'm thinking Tempest makes a lot of sense. I think archers are a little foolhardy. But maybe we can try this. Do Furies counter these? Kind of. They can play keep away from Furies, but Furies do win against them in melee, even if they charge. If you land, they might do slightly better versus Furies, though.
Way Watchers! For the eternal realms!
I shall go.
Let fly!
I will find it.
Okay, so if they don't dodge, they take damage.
End them! Way Watchers! We never miss!
I think Overcast Tempest will be fine. It does 1,800 damage. It's not a ton of damage, like you'll still need archer support to kill them. But I think my Waywatcher build versus High Elves will still be good. The only issue is if they get a really good rush with these guys. But presumably Cavalry will win. What are Greenskin supposed to do against this if we struggle with gyrocopters? I think you just die. Vindictive Glare does not do anything to them. So what does a Greenskin build do against this? You can rampage them. One of them. Yeah, the AI doesn't know how to dodge with them. What can Slanesh do against them? Okay, so technically Slanesh has the Praeton now. So if you take the Praeton, right? It has 65% resist versus Skycutters. Gork maxing. It can dodge arrow fire so easily. But yeah, Furies beat them. But like, your Furies aren't gonna catch them. You're playing versus High Elves. They have Tempest, man. Yeah, so the Praeton has... No, it's a Princess. 45% missile resist, 20% physical resist. You can chase these guys. And it freaking dies in melee. Yeah, I think this is kind of a lie down and die type of situation versus High Elves. Yes, I forgot. The second part of taking care of Skycutters. Actually being able to fight them. Ouch indeed. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it does have anti-large AP, but no melee defense. These guys have crazy stats. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Think they're gonna need a nerf? Nah. Leave them as is. I think this unit should cost on the level of like this should be like 1,800 and this should be like 2,000. I think they are that good because they are the best chariot in the game, right? If they are better than a Gorebeast chariot and better than a bolt thrower, right, then they should cost the same amount as a Gorebeast chariot and a bolt thrower. I think that's a fine enough analysis, right? Seriously though, yeah, they are that good. Me YOLOing them, they got 2,000 value. This is a really high skill ceiling unit, so people will only get better at using it. So there's reason to believe it might get even better, even more value than 2,000 in the hands of the right player. I'm not a chariot micro god, but like, think about it this way, right? Ice Wolf chariots were really strong, right? Ice Wolf chariots, people were like, man, this thing's crazy. How much would you pay to get a bolt thrower on an Ice Wolf chariot? And it can fly, and it moves faster while charging, and it gets more mass while charging, and it can beat a Praeton in melee. Right? How much? I'm telling you right now, 300 gold might be a little low for that bonus, right? I think it might just be a smidge, just a teensy bit too low. So as it stands, I think the unit actually should be 2,000. It sounds high, but like I think the math checks out. Did Tomb Kings get changes? I think a lot of factions didn't, Tomb Kings included. But yeah, Charix with Skycutters, instant loss. DLC got to sell though. So that's the thing. You increase the multiplayer price. CA, it's my conspiracy theory. CA has manufactured the people in the multiplayer scene and the single player scene disagreeing with each other by making it seem like they can't affect only one game mode. Also, people are not buying the DLC for multiplayer, so that's not going to affect pricing. So given that it is just single player, if they just increase the multiplayer price, they're good. 50% under price sounds like what High Elves need. Honestly, I feel like just the Sea Elemental already. Like the Sea Elemental, if you had High Elves but with Sea Elemental, I think they're already significantly better. Also, the Blades of Haworth any good? What do these guys do? It's so weird to see a Regiment of Renown that is just not very exciting. Most Arawaras have some crazy stuff about them, but it's just Guardian, some spell resist, and the stat boost. Kind of sad, but sometimes it'd be that way. Dragon Princes get any chances? The Lore of Mists could be really nice for them. They have base 20%. So like, you want to see some stacked Dragon Princes? Let's put them up against these guys have magic tax. You know what? I kind of wonder now. Okay, so what if I get the Rotting Riders versus Dragon Princes, but they have a Mist Mage and Nullstone? Is that actually winnable? Or do they die? So Mist Mage, Dragon Princes, and Nullstone versus the Rotting Riders. This is a very typical situation that High Elves have to deal with. Yeah, High Elves in multiplayer, they're not terrible, but they're definitely a little bullied. They can win though, they're not impossible.
At your command. Fireball. Ancestors. Asurian wills it. Reshaping reality. Understood.
That's nice. That's pretty nice. And then you can heal up their vigor. This heal doesn't heal that much though. But it does reset their vigor, which is super important for Dragon Princes because they gotta keep cycle charging. Like Lore of Mist is so good for Dragon Princes. And then you just reset and you nullstone them again. It's almost like they counter Rotting Riders that regenerate with the fire attacks to begin with. Do you want to see what happens without the physical resist? I'm pretty sure they take way more damage.
Fireball.
Also, I swear, people would say like a goblin with fire damage counters trolls. But yeah, let's see how they do without. Yeah, it's almost like stats are important. It's almost like there's like a lot of other numbers that are more important than fire damage. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mr. Anticity with 10 years of multiplayer experience doesn't know what he's talking about. I guess. Okay, obviously you're... I'm taking your comment in bad faith. But I will say, I do get a lot of comments like that. It's night and day. It's absolutely night and day. Prove it, my money's on the gobos. Yeah, Riding Riders are way more expensive. And they also have chonky stats. They're both armor piercing anti-large though, so they both do a lot of damage to each other. And the fire damage does help, don't get me wrong. It slows down their healing, and it's also 20% fire weakness, but Riding Riders are just insanely good in a straight up fight. They have so much stuff. But yeah, I think like Mist Magic alone makes High Elves really good. This makes High Elves OP, but it'll be banned. But even if Skycutters are banned, I think they got so much good stuff out of this DLC. Got the Murworm, they got everything. You did not think Riding Riders beat Dragon Princes? It's just a stat. Oh, and HP difference, yeah. But yeah, Riding Riders have pretty crazy stats. These guys do have Martial Mastery to make up for it. But HP is... Look, HP is the most important stat in the game, okay? And High Elves have no HP. Look at that. Less than 7,000. More than 8,000. Riding Riders have more HP than High Elf infantry units, okay? Yeah, they have more HP than Silver and Guard, okay? These Dragon Princes are like wet noodles. They have less HP than like, I don't know, half a unit of Plague Bearers. They're made out of brittle bones, man. Poor High Elves. Elves in general, they just have no HP. They make up for it with physical resist, which is why Nullstone helps so much. But yeah, I think High Elves would run the Shredder of Lustria if they could. So they'll happily take the next best thing, which is a Murworm. 15-meter leadership debuff though is so small compared to the Shredder. What's the Shredder? Get a Shredder for comparison. The Shredder has -8 at 35 meters. Yeah. Way better than the little dinky Murworm. Does have Enfeebling Cold though. Less charge speed and melee attack. It gives itself missile block chains. Only if its leadership is high though, huh? Sure. You think everybody would run Shredder if they could? Not Lizardmen. At least not all the time. I think High Elves would run the Shredder all the time if they could. Regular Dragon Princes having bad AP is strange. It's in line with other Shock Cavalry units. So Warhammer 1 design is if you have a Lance... Well, actually, no. In general, Warhammer design. Lance Cavalry don't have AP. Dragon Princes don't have AP. Knights of the Blazing Sun don't have AP. Not even Griffin Legion have AP. What they typically have is 70 charge bonus, which kind of makes up for it. But no AP, no anti-large, just a lot of charge bonus. This is basically for all Lance units in the game. Okay, wait. Would all factions run the Shredder every once in a while? Probably, right? Even without healing. Like, Chaos Dwarves, if they can replace the Kadai Destroyer with the Shredder, whoo! Party every day for them, man. Oh my gosh, they'd be so happy with that. 360 missile block for a big monster sounds pretty good. It's about as good as what you get with the Shredder Mazdamundi combo. Mazdamundi also gives missile resist to the Shredder. And Shield of the Old Ones, so that's a 30% bonus. With High Elves, I don't think they have anything, right? If only glittering robe gave missile resist. Is there like some niche magic that I'm forgetting? That'll give them a nice long missile resist thing for the Murworm? I don't think so. Yeah, Murworm doesn't really have anything. Like, okay, yeah, realistically speaking, the Lance is supposed to be pretty good versus armor. Although, honestly, IRL, like really well-made armor, Lances are not the best. Though the impact damage from them can be really high. I believe in history there are some Lances that were just like 4 prongs like this. So if you hit a curved surface, it like doesn't move and you get that full impact of the Lance. But like in Warhammer, right? They leave the armor piercing for like great weapons. And halberds and stuff, right? But like, it's a game. It's a game. And besides, the charge bonus does so much, they might as well be armor piercing. At least most of the time, just don't leave them in a grind. But like, if we get into this argument, right? Then like, what, are we gonna get Flagellant's armor piercing, right? Are all mace infantry units gonna be armor piercing? Because that means Flagellant should be armor piercing. Let's see here. All ogres should be armor piercing because they're just big. Cavalry shouldn't even be able to charge infantry most of the time. There's just a lot of, you know. Let's not put too much science into this. For sure there's points for tournaments, not war. Okay, if we're just talking like, oh yeah, should High Elves have more AP options? I feel like they honestly, now, I think they have enough. I think Dragon Princes as a high DPS shock cavalry is fine, just make them a little cheaper. And you leave the AP for the War Lions and other stuff, because then otherwise you get too much overlap, right? You don't want Dragon Princes to be the same as War Lions. And they have to source their AP from either magic or their monsters, which I think is a lot more interesting. So if we're talking gameplay wise, I think that's it. Also, I see Turin. He's no longer marked as away on Discord. He now has a green circle, which means the time is nigh. I'll just message him again. Just to let him know that Sotek isn't around. But yeah. The time is nigh. We can start Sweat Lording versus Turin. He can Sweat Lord versus me. The sleeper has awakened. A lot of Warcraft 3, I see. At least that's what comes to my mind. Maybe I'm playing a lot of Warcraft 3. Medieval 3 will surely follow science. Yo, realistic war is not exciting. If Warhammer Total War, or if Medieval 2 was fully realistic, most of your armies will be dying of some sickness, right? And like, you're mostly just trying to fix supply lines. Like, half of the battle is just not dying of disease and making sure your guys get clean water. Where's Sotek slash Turin? Sotek, I don't know. Turin, I think, is getting up as we speak. But yeah, it would be like just trying to not take attrition on your army. And then every once in a while, you get like a really big battle. But your units are out after taking 10% damage. Because at that point, they're decimated. Which apparently was pretty rough back in the day. Meanwhile, peasant mobs here are fighting at least to, you know, half or 25% of their entities lost. Mm-hmm. Yes, you're correct. Nurgle is the most realistic faction then. And sieges would last years? Yeah. The whole rushing the walls with ladders in a siege is like pretty rare. Most sieges is just kind of camp outside of the city. And maybe you get like a little bit of action and that's it. A lot of trenches, yeah. A lot of trenches, barricades, and so on. That's it. You're hoping the follow-up patches will rework some of the high elf units like White Lions, Phoenix Guard like they did with Kislev and Glorious Charge. I think that'd be cool. Glorious Charge really did change up a lot. I think high elves, I feel like they should have infantry that is actually good. It's kind of weird that high elves are known for having super weak infantry. Like everything feels like a glass cannon. Which I don't think they were that squishy on tabletop, right? Or at the very least, make them less resistant to spells by lowering their entity count, but keep the HP the same. That way they seem more elite, right? On tabletop, high elf squads would not be as big as like Empire squads, right? Because here, a unit of high elf spearmen, it's the same as Empire spearmen. Which feels wrong to me. And should they really have less HP? Their HP problem starts with the spell system. There's just a lot. There's a lot to get into. Too much to fix, really. Also, Turin has gone back to away, so I guess we're waiting. Attempts to storm were not uncommon in sieges, as you understand, but usually unsuccessful. When attacking armies arrive, they try to catch defenders off guard. I see. I guess, you know, saying something generally about sieges will always be wrong because sieges lasted many thousands of years. Maybe not many thousands. I think we're going a little too far. But at least many hundreds of years of sieges throughout history. So yeah, storming versus not storming. Regardless, though, I think Warhammer does not represent the vast majority of sieges. Are you allowed to say which faction you think is going to be top tier? Yes. Though don't take this as a review on which faction to buy for multiplayer. But from what we've seen so far, including bans, I think the big winner is going to be Norska. I think Norska got the most number of units that will not be banned. So Bearmen are just better than Marauders. They're like Dryad tier, and they'll actually beat Dryads. They got really strong cavalry, on par with pre-nerf Centaurs. They still have their Ice Wolves, and they have Chimeras now, and Edens, which is a really, really nice addition to the roster. On top of that, they also have Bjorg, which is a cool little single entity that they can add in. Spellcaster Lords to diversify their roster. Now you don't have to fear the Lord snipe as much. You're not you're not stuck on 2 Lords. Then you have Slanesh, who was already top tier. I think the faction's going to be banned. Don't expect to play them. But if they are playable, they'll be the best. Stykar is insane. They had a few buffs. So like the Marquis of Masochism is buffed. The Keeper of Secrets, they got 700 HP a pop. And Phantasmagoria can now follow targets that you cast it on. So Slaanesh now has access to a net. Slaanesh has access to a working net, which is terrifying. I don't know if I can emphasize how crazy that is. But yeah, I think people are kind of screwed. Now, Phantasmagoria is not the craziest spell. I think there are better spells in the lore of Shadows. But having the option is only a benefit. And of course, Pleasure Seekers, who nuke Scarbrand. 1 unit of Pleasure Seekers, delete Scarbrand. Low diff. And if High Elves, if the multiplayer scene is slow on reacting to High Elves, the High Elves might beat Norska, because they actually have some really swingy units that could slip through the gaps. Like, I think Murworm healing is kind of crazy. They already spam, like, Arcane Phoenixes. It's not that hard to just cut the Phoenix and the Frostheart, and you take a Murworm, and your build's just better. Like, I think High Elves, they just have a better single entity core with Murworm and Sea Elemental. Skycutters will be probably banned, but they also have the Lore of Mists, which open up a lot of plays. Especially this summon. Like, I feel like this summon is going to be a real destroyer of worlds in some matchups, because it's just so value against light infantry. And Sea Elementals are so tanky they're not worth fighting. It's kind of like the crab summon that Vampire Coast use a lot, but even better because they're fast.
Of stampedes.
Oh, he's almost living. With the breath attack and all his buffs, I think Scarbrand might actually win this. He might win. No! If you cycle charge, he dies really hard, by the way. But I guess if you face tank the breath attack, that was no micro and all of Scarbrand's abilities. It was a full stack Scarbrand. Should Empire get a better frontline? I don't think so. Honestly, the Spearman shields are kind of already the best frontline in the game. For the price. But yeah, if you cycle charge, make use of that devastating flanking, you can pretty easily get Scarbrand killed. Though with all of his abilities, he does do a lot of damage. It's true. But yeah, it's kind of insane how easy it is to just murder the dude. It's even crazier that Seekers used to be able to do this too, but the unit's 1800. It's expensive. It costs as much as a Sea Elemental. So Pleasure Seekers, I think even without Feasting on Fear, they're still a good unit. It just kind of leans harder into the whole idea that Slaanesh is a win more faction. If Slaanesh gets an advantage against you, they will typically just win the game. That's kind of how Slaanesh works. It's trying to break the box that is your opponent. Literally sometimes. That really determines whether or not Slaanesh is good. But if they ever get a lead against you, you're just dead. If they ever get any of your units to rout, you're just dead. Like, Sign of Depravity is insane. How expensive is a fully geared up Scar brand? 3,200. With nothing, he's 2,500. Which is still pretty good. Most of these abilities are not useful. I think it's just this Rampage ability that was helping him. Plus 50% damage in that short fight is actually pretty useful. Would you rather have Heart Seekers or Pleasure Seekers? Pleasure Seekers are significantly tankier than Heart Seekers for the price difference. You're looking at a 1,100 difference. And this is compared to the Eternal Entourage, by the way. I think it's kind of close. The unit is different, though, from the Eternal Entourage. Like, I think one really important thing to note is the fact that one is kind of a cav unit and the other one is closer to, like, monstrous cav. So there's fewer entities. And where there's fewer entities, maneuvering is just easier. Can you comment on the campaigns at all yet? I believe I can show off campaigns. I can tell you when I can show them off. I can show you off the free LC. That's the mask. Saturday 22nd. At 3 p.m. GMT. So that's like 3 hours before I usually stream. Now I'm going to be away on Saturday, but I do have a video coming up. So keep an eye out for that. And we'll be doing a lot of campaign after that's done, especially because apparently I can't find a multiplayer guy to play against. Also, these guys have crazy animations. They like really shoot past the infantry. You can see they didn't lose an entity here, and they took a lot less damage than these guys. And yeah, they just kind of have like a cool charge. It, like, really knocks the infantry away and disrupts them more than your usual unit of cavalry. They just kind of feel different, you know? It's like, yeah, you see how much they overshoot? So they can really get in there. You know, it's the difference between a car and like a sports car, you know? Now, which one would I rather use? I still don't know exactly. They do overlap a little bit in terms of usability. And this one does still die to Buna. So, I don't really know. Could go either way. What's the mass for the two units? 650. 1,600. Way more mass. Way more mass. That's what I'm saying. They're closer to fiends than cavalry. They're kind of like in between fiends and cavalry. Fiends are very similar. They have that animation helping them out. Is Devastating Flanker applied to each unit individually? I would guess that it's individual, but I don't actually know. Is that more than Plague Drones? Less now that they got buffed. It's less than Plague Drones by 200. Also, I'm gonna put this food away. I'm getting full. And then hopefully I get a message. Turin surely will be setting up soon, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure flanking is individual based. If one entity gets the flank bonus, the whole unit gets it? Really? Is that how that works? I don't know. At the end of the day, it's kind of hard to tell. Will any of these units surpass the Fiend meta? Well, Fiend's got plus 25 gold, son. They got plus 25 gold. The unit's useless now. I guess, you know, this does mean that typical Slanesh builds. Let's say you run 2 Fiends usually, and then instead of these Hellstriders, you have to take this guy. That's 100 gold less than you would usually have. That can be impactful for Slanesh. Hey Caprillo, 10 months. Thank you so much. Wrathmongers beat the Slaneshi Pleasure Guard, and by quite a bit, I believe. Pleasure Guard are better because they're fast, but they won't actually win the fight. And both do ludicrous amounts of damage. Plus 25 cost. Now we can't give them that 1 bronze chevron. No! It sets Slanesh players back because they're going to have to edit all their builds. But yeah. Pleasure Guard versus Wrathmongers. So the damage they deal to each other is ludicrous. These guys have a nasty charge. But at the end of the day, Wrathmongers are still Wrathmongers. So even without the charge, Wrathmongers win. Or no, it's close. These guys are ITP. I forgot they are ITP. So technically they up. No, they still lose. God, Wrathmongers. Yeah, Wrathmongers are kind of crazy. Look at this guy. Wrathmongers are pretty insane. But the Slaneshi infantry is definitely still good. I would be surprised if they didn't see play. At the very least, you can use them as a really devastating frontline. Like, let's say you're, you know, you're playing as like, I don't know. Let's say you're playing Empire. You have a bunch of archers. You have a bunch of spearmen shields, right? In previous times, if you took a bunch of Forsaken, it could be a little sus breaking into this box, but I think the Pleasure Guard get in there way faster. Just Krell. Nice. I did have a video recently showcasing Kemler, which is Krell adjacent. Thank you so much. 1 month streak, dang. But yeah, these guys are tanky. Do they kill Empire Spearmen at a decent pace, though? Honestly, slower than I thought they would. They are large. They're large. Oh, no wonder. Oh my god. It's the most worthwhile Spearman I've ever seen. Alright, yeah, so maybe they're a little sus here. This is early access. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these guys. I don't know exactly how I feel. At times they feel so good. At other times, I'm not too sure. Empire Spearmen still OP, yeah. Yeah, they crushed it. Yeah, the monstrous infantry. Them being large is definitely a big counter play type situation. So, Slongors it is then? I think it's just going to be Slongor spam. How quickly do Slongors get through Empire Spears? But yeah, that's exactly what we want in a unit. We want it to be situational. Situationally good is the best. Alright, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look-see. If Slongors can beat Berserkers, I'm pretty sure they can beat anything. So this is Slongors rushing an Empire front line. The scary thing is when they take damage from the archers, they get 60 speed. No, funnily enough, the spearmen are kinda clutching it. What the crap? This is why I always talk about Empire having the best front line in the game. What the crap? Spearmen put those Marauder Berserkers to shame. Oh my god. Yo, Empire Spearmen are truly the finest infantry in the world. Empire Spearmen still OP. Yo, it's 350 gold for a 42 melee defense unit. What else could you ask for, right? Yeah, their melee defense is crazy good. You're so disappointed with half the Slaanesh units. I think Slaanesh is the least inspired update. Slaanesh kind of got more of the same. But yeah, that's actually, yeah, it's gotta be problematic for Slaanesh. Empire Spears are just, they're just really good at killing like all the things that Slaanesh can possibly bring. Yeah, you can try to route them. If I had Burning Head, life would be good. I could run Phantasmagoria. Stykar. The Stykar change things. Melee defense god stat. When it comes to infantry bogging each other down, melee defense is more about how long you hold until help arrives. So it's not as useful on monstrous units, but it can be really good on when it comes to infantry engagements. Does Stykar change this at all? Does man have a terror or something? Rear charge him. Okay, there we go. We got one unit routed. We're just gonna route this unit. And then they get in. They still take a lot of damage from them archers, though. Oh, you can also give terror. Ah, at a distance. But yeah, I think Empire is all about having the DPS to kill these guys and the leadership breaking ability to get them to rout. As soon as you can collapse the first line of spears, life is a little better. Beastmen do get Slongors, yes. So we go to Beastmen. And fun thing about them getting Slongors. Okay, no. They used to not count towards the mark. Now they do. That's good. Hey, they fixed something. Dark Elf devotees. From all my testing, they're pretty bad. I'm not a big fan of devotees. Because, yeah, no HP. They have less HP than Slongors. They get murdered by arrows. One thing you can do versus Empire, though, is you can kind of just armor max them. Though, you run the risk of being kited, it's true. But, old school, right? Just do this.
Warriors of Slaanesh. For Slaanesh's pleasure.
Anti-large tools for Slaanesh. Dude, Slaanesh is anti-everything, man. If you micro their cavalry well, Slaanesh is the basically anti-everything. .33 speed seems so much better than 28, yeah. So these guys are moving at marauder speeds. They still take forever to get through the spears though. But at least the archers aren't getting that much value this time around. Yeah, definitely, and I'll get there eventually. So long though, jeez. You could definitely need like a pendulum or something to bust through, but I think you can do that. Anyways, bonus versus large is a lie when it comes to Slanesh, alright? For anyone who feels like Slanesh doesn't have enough anti-large, let me introduce you to something, okay? If I removed 10 melee attack from a Pleasure Seeker and gave them 10 bonus versus large and removed 10 weapon strength, right? I know people would be like, hell yeah, we got an anti-large unit as Slanesh, right? When realistically, you know, what I just did there is I just removed its attack versus infantry. You know, like, if you surround Scarbrand with 2 Seekers, he gonna die. He gonna die, man. Like, I don't know what to say. Slanesh has anti-large and spades. They also have a Keeper of Secrets that genuinely have anti-large. But you can use Nakari for large units. You know, I guess like they don't have infantry that can fight large. Okay, here, take a look at this. Okay, so here's a unit of Forsaken. Let's say you have some cavalry, right? This cavalry costs 900 gold. It's more expensive than the Forsaken. But Forsaken are anti-large because they have mass. So if you're having a hard time versus cavalry specifically and you really want to spam infantry, you just do this. I didn't turn on the AI. But yeah, if I can set this up correctly, the AI should just cav charge the Forsaken, but they should lose. There's very few infantry that can just counter charge cavalry and come out on top. Like, you can cycle charge berserkers, or maybe not berserkers, but you can cycle charge, you know, a unit of marauders with light cavalry and take basically no damage if they're constantly on the move. But Forsaken, it sucks to charge into Forsaken, man. Do you see that damage? So the Silver Helms lost half of their HP charging into the Forsaken, and the Forsaken lost 1/3 of their HP. So remember that. This is a common issue where I see people they're just reading into it. Like, they're just reading into like the stats and the numbers too much. You know what? Let's get a unit like Kislevites Warrior, right? So obviously they're cheaper because they don't have armor, which makes them weaker in other ways. But let's just put them against cavalry. Right? People, they kind of, you know, very often I see it where they want to see in text that one unit counters another before they feel like it actually works. But there's so many mechanics in this game that kind of make it awkward. Did you see that, right? The Kislevites Warriors in a flat charge against Silver Helms, the Silver Helms lost a little, like maybe 40% of their HP, and the Kislevites Warriors lost half of their HP, right? Now, Forsaken are armored, which is better against Silver Helms, but also the vast majority of cavalry doesn't have armor piercing damage. Right? These are kind of the overlapping effects that make units counter other units. It's more than just having a little icon over here. So when it comes to Slanesh, they have a multitude of ways to deal with large units. Rampage, nets, army abilities, speed and outmaneuvering, ludicrously high damage. It's like a million different ways. Let the cav pull away. Alright, well, we'll fight till the cav pulls away. Like, I think, it's hard to get the AI to do what I want it to. But if they disengage, it would be the same as... It would be the same as Forsaken. It's not gonna make a huge difference. We're talking about HP efficiency and all that. But yeah, like, if they charge and cycle charge one more time, they would do it. The AI is dumb, though. It will cycle charge the Forsaken. It won't cycle charge the Warriors. Because the AI only knows how to look at this. So they just stick around, right? So technically, you could say, for the purposes of beating the AI, you do want a proper anti-large unit. Because the AI is actually smarter against the Slaneshi Forsaken. Infinite magic reserves bug with Zinch. I don't know exactly which bug you might be talking about. But yeah, Kislev Right Warriors kind of evenly trade into the cav. But we'll give it a long run with the Forsaken to see if they actually uptrade. I'm pretty sure they'll uptrade. There is a price difference, of course. And like, obviously, a dedicated halberd unit is going to be better. But yeah, let's see. Forsaken are grinding. AI is a cycle charging. But like, yeah, generally like a halberd is going to do better. But yeah, no, they actually do pretty well. This is even with cycle charging. I think it's good enough. I think it's more than good enough. You think the charge reflection is worse than cycle charge too? Oh yeah, I guess there's a bit of the charge reflection. Anyways, in terms of rock, paper, scissors, there's your answer. Get your Forsaken. Or just use Lance Cavalry, right? Like, if you look at Kislev, a lot of people wouldn't believe me if I said that Griffin Legion are more cost effective at killing large units than Warbear Riders. So they have charge bonus. And they're just cheap. They're just a really good unit, right? So if I have a unit of Cold One Knights and I'm like, pick a unit in this Cav core that count as Cold One Knights, a lot of people would say Warbear Riders. But no, Griffin Legion is totally fine for that. Big monsters, even big monsters, you can use Griffin Legion. Warbear Riders is slightly better in a long grind though. But that's kind of where we're at. I think Forsaken are about as anti-large as Kislevite Warriors. They're not explicitly anti-large, but yeah, I already went over what makes them very good versus Cav units. Like, you want to see a unit? You want to see a unit that is definitely not anti-large? Actually, the AI is pretty good at bracing, but... Does that include the Oath Brothers? Yeah, Oath Brothers are real garbo. I think Warbear Riders are the worst mobile unit on the Kislev roster. They might even be the worst unit. Unless there's one that I've just completely forgotten about. But yeah, so... Infantry that's explicitly not anti-large, that is weak to cavalry. The AI is really good at bracing, so this is not going to be as good. Let's see if I can get it to not brace. Okay, the AI has perfect bracing. Let me just... let me just get the rampage on my lord real quick. Let's see here. It's not going to be a good example with this unless I can get them to move. Alright, yeah. If I get the rampage on my lord, right? If you rampage a unit of infantry, then they're on the move, and then they won't have the charge bonus. Cavalry can really wreck them. The bear is worse. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the elemental bear is worse. I forgot about that one.
Your secrets.
You have units that are bad that you remember, and then you have units that are bad that you forget. All right, so let me. The Forsaken can just countercharge, and the no one has perfect AI micro, but the AI. Dang, they actually held up pretty well. What's that mass? Why they have 150 mass? Wait, our ship's company actually like? Wait, they have 150 mass? Do all elves have 150 mass? Wait, how much mass do these guys have? Well, yo, our ship's company actually also anti-cap? Okay, Rangers have 100 mass. Okay, for whatever reason, Spearmen and Ship's Company have 150 mass, alright? Bad example. Bad example. What the crap? They're actually as resistant to cav charges as White Lions? What? Are you calling those elves fat? I am. Why do these guys have so much mass? No other. Is it because they looked at Spearmen and they're like, ah, yes, 150 mass on the Spearmen, 150 mass on the Ship's Company. This is like, no other unit has this much mass. At least no other unit that's kind of like them, except for the High Elf Spears, I guess. They're not Saurus levels of mass, but like, yeah, like you see how Skinks have like no mass? Oh, well, I learned something new today. Ship's Company are weirdly they're just gonna be weirdly resistant to cav charges. Whatever. I guess I learned something new. The shields are really big. Oh, it's the sea legs. It has to be their sea legs, right? The Ship's Company guys. All right, if you're not gonna fall over on a boat, you're not gonna get knocked over by a cav charge. They've been hit by worse waves. All right, but yeah, okay. So unit that is actually not anti-large are these kind of 100 mass units, right? You can see they get bullied a lot more. Although in this case, even they kind of held up decently well. Still though, I swear the Forsaken feel different in the actual game, okay? I don't know what it is about these tests. I can't replicate what I know intuitively. I swear though, I swear Forsaken feels significantly better against Cav. Alright, I promise. I promise you. I look insane now. I was so confident. Maybe it's the Cav. What if I switch to a High Elf Silver Helm? Is it just because Hellstriders don't have that much knockback? I swear I'm not crazy. Can you see how Pleasure Seekers do versus Heart Seekers? I can't really make a good test because the AI is dumb. Alright, so this is the same unit. So this is Silver Helms versus Marauders. I swear, sometimes these guys just go flying, man. Promise you, I'm not crazy. Are they gonna brace? Okay, yeah, they didn't brace. Yeah, so you see like that massive hit, right? And the knockdown and all that. Right? It's just, look, when the numbers get smaller, I don't know. Maybe the second charge, right? So see how we can kind of bully these guys by cycle charging? Not nailing my charges, but like, yeah, right? So they kill the Marauders, they lose like a little bit of HP. Lord does a bit of damage. If we replace these with Forsaken, come on. Forsaken have secretly been nerfed. Did they change the mass system again and impact hits? I don't think so. There's only so many things I can feel are wrong about how units are moving. Let's see. So if we like start cycle charging these guys, my cavalry can't really escape as well, right? Yeah, you see how it's slightly more painful to cycle charge these guys? Okay, that was admittedly a really good charge. They're still getting stuck though. Yeah, they get stuck more, right? They get, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You see how it's like a little bit more damage? I swear. I swear I'm not going crazy. They're returning fire better than the other unit, right? Which is super important when it comes to multiplayer. Oh my gosh. Now, technically, spear units can brace, and then, like, if a spear unit braces, you don't get the charge. The charge will basically do nothing. And Forsaken can't really do that. So I guess on that front, maybe Slaanesh is lacking a little bit. Sure, and I will die on this hill. How do they compare to Marauder Spears? If the Marauder Spears do better than the Forsaken, then screw it, alright? No complaining, you have Marauder Spears. Forsaken have a really high mass, by the way. They have high mass and big hitboxes, which makes them harder to work around in a multiplayer scenario. In a in a campaign scenario, less so. Oh my god, the AI didn't even brace that time. They just took a fat charge. Okay, you know what? This is better though. This is better, right? It's showing to everyone that obviously devoted marauders, even though they're anti-large, they're not actually anti-large, right? They're not actually anti-large because they have no mass. They have 100 mass. They have less mass than Ship's Company, right? I had a harder time fighting Ship's Company than these guys. So I think clear is clear, right? If you want something that can beat cavalry, use Forsaken. The end. All right, get out of get out of here. Also, where's Turin? Can someone end my suffering, please? I feel like I've been waiting 50 years for Turin to show up. Where is he? Have you shown how stupidly OP the Mask of Slaanesh is? How good is the mask? The Marauders have no AP? Yeah, I know. I know. I think my point is not as strong as it could have been. Practically speaking, though, I swear, Slaanesh doesn't have a problem with large units in multiplayer. Well, we talk about the Mortis. The mask has a Mortis engine that affects enemies that are in melee. The Dance of Dreaming. So yeah, it's just a Mortis engine. Then you have the Staff of Masks. Is the mask actually OP though? Like, what does the mask do? Turns at Applebee's. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that Applebee's gift card. I want him to host a tournament where he ships me an Applebee's gift card if I win. Come on, I'll do anything for it. I'll win a Skaven if I have to, man. I want to frame it so that my children will question what my past was like. And I can tell them about the good old days. But yeah, is it just the Mortis engine that we're talking about here? Let's test it against the strongest unit in the game. Couple Empire Spearmen. Yo, Spearman Archer, man. Spearman Archer's height. But yeah, the mask doesn't feel like they have a lot. They do have a heal, which is kind of cool. You'd lose that tournament on purpose. But the memes, the memes. He doesn't even have a nearby Applebee's. Don't destroy my world like this. All right. So apparently the mask is real good. Activate the ability. Drain their souls. So yeah, as long as these guys are in melee, they're taking a whack load of damage. The mask has already done 6,000 damage. Wait, yo, that's kind of a lot. Yo, that's a crazy mortis. That's a crazy mortis. Wait. Okay, wait. If I force path these guys, right? If I force path? Yeah, that's a crazy mortis. I do still feel like the mask is fairly snipeable. Obviously, they have a heal, right? They're 5,300 HP. Yeah, that's an okay amount of HP. How much is this heal? Decent amount. They're gonna be about as tanky as Archaon, and they're a small Mortis. Whew. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Very hard to tell. I don't know if I feel like they're... I don't know if I feel like they're OP though. Like, I think it's a big threat you gotta worry about. I think you can counter it, but if you don't counter it, you might just die. Isn't Mortis only like 8 damage? So the Mask's Mortis engine is 12 to 24. The Vampire Count's Mortis engine is 16 to 31. So if we test it out here, it should be similar. The Mask is fast. Saw a Mask game from Turin with like 5k value. Like, you know, I feel like it's early days. So in the right situation, the Mask will kill everything, right? But I don't think the Mask will actually be... I don't think they'll actually be crazy good once people catch on to how they're supposed to deal with it. Yeah, similar damage. So the Mask is roughly a Mortis engine's worth of damage. It's going to technically be slightly less, but still totally fine for most purposes. I could see them being very annoying versus Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts have to bring Lord Snipe now against Lanesh. And they're going to have to bring a wide variety of Lord Snipes. It's not going to be pretty at all. Though, with their own Mortis engine, I think Vampire Counts are still not in a terrible situation, but you could stack it. Stack Mortises. 20% HP, Chariot Caradrian. Desperately running for his life Mortis. Oh boy. Yo, that's the ultimate campaign cheese though, right? Caradrian is gonna be so dumb for campaign. If Legend was still around, it would just be like, you know, 20 minutes of kiting with low HP Caradrian. Seriously though, getting Unbreakable on this man is gonna be like the first thing that everybody wants to do in campaign. In multiplayer, he's gonna be much worse, obviously. But he wins. He wins the race of guy with the most damaging Mortis engine in the entire game. I believe he is equivalent to 3 Mortis engines cooking at once. The only downside that we have for this man is that he sucks. It's that he 20% HP is so low. Come on, dude, get there. Get there, you piece of crap. Come on. Yeah, he's like 1 Spirit Leech away before yeah, to get this thing triggered. Come on, man, it's so low. 20% HP is nothing. All right, there you go. So if you can get his HP to this low, then technically you will have the strongest Mortis engine in the game. It's hitting for like 75 damage a tick. He just has to be on the brink of death. Can get any spell to make him immortal for a bit. Altharian has an ability, but it only lasts like what, 18 seconds? And like literally this guy's 1 Spirit Leech away from getting shattered. But the deeps, look at the deeps. Oh geez, the arrows. Look at him cook. It doesn't do that much versus SCs, by the way. Oh, and we got army lost. Anyways, yeah, he's such a meme. Someone's gonna do it though. Also loses martial mastery. Yeah, and he gets low enough where wounds might start kicking in. That's minus 10% speed and damage. Reduction of 20% is not pretty. Crystal Sanctuary build? You know, it activates even if you're out. Crystal Sanctuary with Caradrian? Actually insane. He can route. Who cares? That's bonkers. I can't believe it. Can this Phoenix rebirth? Is Phoenix... does it have a rebirth? Yeah, it doesn't even have a rebirth. It doesn't even rebirth, bro. Oh my god. Also, this only works if you're landed. You have to be on the ground, man. That's why I put him on a chariot. It's dumb, but him on a chariot is actually really important for the strategy to work. Oh boy, what's this? The Phoenix Blade. Hey, it's 50% more damage. I guess he becomes a decent fighter. He gets Frost Fire. I guess that's pretty cool. Is there a cool thing you can do with the Frost Fire and Flammable? He only costs 2,000 gold. That's way too much. Yeah, this guy's kind of a meme. It's fine though. He's fun. It would deactivate if he rebirthed. That is also true. If you heal up from 20%, it stops working. Is Turin still coming? I think so. He just has to, you know, get ready. He said he would be free 2:30 p.m. his time, which I believe is quite some time from now. So unfortunately, we might be sitting for a while, but it's been a fun time just sitting with chat, you know. I skipped out on a few streams, so why not do a little bit of a longer stream today, you know? Or people will just use the new and improved Sky Chariots and do just as much damage? Never, never. Who would use this? Who would use the Sky Cutter, man? You might as well just download a mod that makes you instantly win the game. Can you look into campaign? Not until Saturday. Come Saturday, though, I will have a video up. I have a fun speed run for one of the campaigns we'll be showing off. Same edited video format that I've been doing lately. Keep an eye out, man. It's gonna be great. I've already recorded everything. I just gotta splice the clips together and then get the thumbnail, and then we're good. Can show the Murworm attacks on peasants. You just want to see the devastation? Sure. Murworm, I think, has the biggest attack hitbox I've ever seen in my entire life. Is the Skycutter OP? Absolutely. The Skycutter is far and away one of the most OP units I've ever seen. It costs it costs less than a Gorby's Chariot. It is stronger than a Gorby's Chariot in melee, right? I think that alone already means it has to get some sort of price reduction. You know, you can't possibly have that be a thing, right? 1100. But yeah, this thing has a huge hitbox. See how it kind of hit there? Yeah, and that hitbox is like all the way down the line there. I think its best attack is versus braced infantry, though. It has a few attacks that are like huge. Let's see if we can get it. Oh yeah, look at that tail swipe. It's mostly tail swipes. Yeah, I think if the infantry is braced, that's how you get its really giant attack. Slow-mo? At least ask first, Trizik. Come on, man. I might be a dancing monkey, but I have a little bit of self-respect. This thing is big. Oh, it's huge, man. You want to see a slow run? You want to see an ultra slow Nurgle campaign? I would never. Any Bretonia changes? As far as I can tell, attack speed enjoyer, there were very few changes overall. Where's that huge like Skyfall crasher attack that it does sometimes? The attack animation is slow-mo? Oh. Oh, there it is. Boom. Yeah, I don't know how that body slam hits in this area. But yeah, it has one of the biggest attacks I've ever seen in my entire life. To actually trigger it though, you need to do it against braced infantry. And it needs to rear up its head. No, that's not it. No, that's also not it. It's a very rare attack. It doesn't do more damage. It spreads the damage across all the entities. So don't expect it to be that good, but I just love seeing it. Can arrows hit the tail? I guess, yeah, there it is. I guess we can see. There's ways we can check out the hitbox on this thing. I still haven't gotten any messages yet. But yeah, if I get the Murworm, and then we get a little spellcaster over here. Screaming, get outside, don't worry about it. We have Empire. But yeah, attack speed enjoy. It seems like CA changed like 5 units. And many of the changes were not super impactful. Effectively, I would say you can basically treat everything as the same. I think the most notable change was they made Storm Vermin cost 100 gold less. But I don't think we really had many other changes. If you guys can remember anything in chat, let me know. Or let attack speed enjoyer know. But I'm pretty sure the biggest meta shift, aside from adding new units, I think is... I'm pretty sure it's just a Storm Vermin change. Alright, so if I target here, will that hit the Murworm? This is quite far away, right? I report to you that the Murworm tail is not part of its hitbox. You can see the cannonballs are indeed going right through it. Let's shoot it right in the booty. Yeah, okay, so its hitbox is like roughly an oval like this, I would say. Oh yeah, you can see it's like right there. The end of its tail might be. I guess we might as well try. It moved its tail. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like the end of the tail is part of the hitbox. Nope. That was its HP regenerating to max. We're really going into depth of testing now, yeah. So that's actually interesting though. The Murworm is about Dreadsaurian size in terms of hitbox. Hit oval. I guess that's true, yes. It should be a hit oval. Let's see how close we can shoot to it. This ain't Dark Souls, but... Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's a very tight... It's definitely an oval. It's not a circle. Either that or it's a rectangle. That's the only way we can still call it a hitbox. How close before we start hitting it? You can see the line of sight issues. Okay, yeah, so yeah, okay. When you start hitting the model, that's when you actually hit it. Who would have guessed? But yeah, it's like about, you know, I'm talking about yay big. I'd say that's roughly Dreadsaurian sized, if you're talking hitboxes. But yeah, its tail is just purely animation-wise, so. The Merworm is going to be less susceptible to being surrounded and all that stuff. It's smaller than you think. Charybdis. Wait, Merworm versus Charybdis, Crone buffs, and Mind Razor. Why does the Charybdis get so much stuff? I gotta know. Alright. Does the Merworm... Does the Merworm on the High Elf roster beat 2 Hydras? In theory, most 2v1s are pretty good for the guys that are ganging up. But I really disrespect the Hydras. My money is that the Hydras are gonna rout. I think the Hydra's gonna rout. Merworm has too much anti-large. And the AI is dumb. Holy crap, that does some deeps. I think if the AI wasn't being silly, be a little closer. Hydra does have that heal though. I mean, the Hydras don't rout. I think the Hydras might be able to win this. Ponty time. Is Ponty gonna counter the Merworm with double Hydra? It's really close. I think this entirely comes down to whether or not the regeneration can be beat now that one Hydra's dead. Merworm is a beast when it comes to regen. There's also a high Beastmaster here. Its anti-large is really good, but the Merworm does die to 2 Hydras and a Beastmaster. Although, round 2 Merworm. Yeah, I feel like there's something about the Merworm that makes it not as good as it should be in the single entity duel. I don't know if it's hitting less hard than it should because of how many targets it usually hits or what, but yeah, I don't know if it's actually doing its full damage. I don't know. Shredder of Lustria just seems better. If we replace the Merworm with a Shredder of Lustria, I'm pretty sure that the Shredder stomps. So we go here and get Tic-Tac-Toe and a Shredder of Lustria. The reason the Shredder stomps is because it has a ranged attack. It has a glorious ranged attack. Yeah, I could see it being good versus monstrous units, unless it's spreading its damage out too much. But yeah, the Shredder is a boat. You see those shots coming out of everywhere? They do a lot of deeps. So the Shredder is quite nice for that. Now he doesn't heal. Technically has less HP, but it does more damage. AI is really derping this time around. And then also it has Dread Aversion. There you go, manages to rout off one of the Hydras. Does it stomp though? It looks like it's actually getting a little sus One of the Hydras comes back. Shredder of Luscia looking a little rough. Is the double Hydra gang actually the best thing in the world? Yo, double Hydra. Not locking fight double Hydra. You know what? Respect to the Hydra. This is a situation where they do well. Maybe Ponty was up to something. Look at that. They actually win. Insane. Alright. Some fun stuff to test though. Master of the Mists. I want to know what's the best thing to target with this ability. So like, let's say you have some Forsaken. You have Scarbrand. You have some monstrous units, maybe a Minotaur. And let's say you have like 2 Sisters of Avalorn, right? Like a fairly modest high elf build. You know, you're going for a normal build. You're not trying to cheese the ability. How does this go? Beastmaster does a lot. He does, but I thought the Shredder or the Merworm would actually do better. Yeah, the healing bursts from the Hydras are good. As long as they don't have other things hurting their leadership. Pretty terrifying. I really hate this, by the way. So this is what? 5? Shift 5? Ugh, God, that's disgusting. But yeah. Let's take a look. So with only 2 Sisters of Avalorn, you can get their shooting speed to quite ludicrously low. Let's take a look at the value. With 2 Sisters of Avalorn, this 200 gold ability will get you 365 plus 215. So that's 580. That's 580 gold worth of raw, delicious value. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. So you don't have to compromise your build that much to already get some pretty good value off of Eastland. There's a lot of high elf builds too. One funny thing is like a lot of high elf builds will start with Reavers too. Hell, maybe even a bolt thrower. We can look at how the bolt thrower does. What if you combine this with high elf magic for even faster shooting? How much faster would you get it to? I think the maximum speed Sisters of Avalorn shoot is like what, 4.2 seconds? So at most you're getting a 30% damage boost. And you have to bring like some weird lores of magic. It's probably not worth, but likely funny. Likely quite funny. So kind of hard to hit everything here. But you can get the Sisters of Avalorn to cook. Unfortunately, the skirmishers don't have the same range. It's actually significantly lower. How's the bolt thrower doing? I don't think the bolt thrower is worth it. Yeah, even if you're like sniping from across the map, you're only getting like 100 some odd gold value off of them. 3.2 for archers for some reason. All right, well, what other buffs do you have? So there's Quicksilver Shot, which is 10% reload. Okay, so if you take a Handmaiden of the Everqueen and you take a... Okay, if you wanted to go for the most bonkers strategy, right? Something that'll make your opponent really, really sweat. Sea Lord Aisling, Handmaiden of the Everqueen, a Mage of Fire, with flaming sword, kindle flame. The talons of Tor Kalita for 20% flammable. Then you spam as many expensive archers as you can with a ton of weak archers. And if you combine all of this together, they should shoot quite quickly. And everything should be weak to fire. We're overcooking now. I kind of just want to see what the maximum deeps is on this. I feel like it's got to be quite insane. So there's yeah, there's the lady. So he can hit all of those guys, right?
Domain over the sea. None shall thread it without our sanction.
So if we do this, we do this. Archers are shooting at 7.1 seconds. And then if you just grab the archers right, it'll take a little bit of time to retarget. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, when does it end? Alright, it finally ends. So you can kill about 3 Marauder Berserkers and a Norse control. Honestly, not the worst. It's so beautiful. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Warhammer Emerald RS. Yeah, now immediately after that, what you need to do is you have to de-blob because your formation sucks after you do that. But you can kind of just camp your spawn zone, it'll be fine. In domination, this will be disgusting, right? That's an unrecoverable amount of damage. There's no way that like they can rush down your army after that. That's just it's so dumb. But yeah, it's actually so much damage. You only need 1 volley per unit. So if you just rapidly retarget, I think I might be able to route basically everything here. You need to see that into a unit with Missile Reflect. Joke's on you, Missile Reflect has a 50-meter range. Oh, my bad, 55-meter range. So, yeah, Green Giant's getting murdered, man. Green Giant's getting super murdered. Alright, so
the Sea Patrol shall give
let's try this again.
to villains and malefactors.
So let them get the first volley off. It splits up on the Marauders. They're actually way overkilling. So like I should be retargeting really fast. Otherwise they'll just... Yeah, there we go. And we want to grab a bunch of these guys. And then they shoot the trolls. And then they go there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the retargeting is a little slow. It's not as good as it could be. And of course, you just have to... How quickly can you reform ranks? I think you can reform ranks pretty fast, right? I beg you to do this first turn at least once. Yeah, I'll see if he's okay with me going full
I beg
fill.
of you to do this versus Turin at least once.
Feels like Oppenheimer. Oh man, yo, it's crazy, especially if you have a big lord. So Shadow Warrior max would be interesting. So realistically, Aislinn with I think Aislinn has to be worth it with a kite build, right? Because you just get to pick a unit and then they die. So let's say I just have a bunch of Shadow Warriors. I think just Aislinn and Shadow Warriors is already kind of terrifying. Yeah, if I split their shots at the beginning, that'd be better. But then I'm not splitting the fire weakness around. But realistically, you could just target a bunch of archers with it.
Without fail.
I will say, they made a fun ability. Like, CA absolutely made a very fun ability, but we'll see if it's balanced. But, yeah, I could split up
We hold domain over the
where
sea.
all my guys
None shall thread it
decide
without
to shoot.
our sanction.
If you're going for a kite build, this would be super annoying to deal with, right? They also retarget much faster, so you can just get like a volley, a volley, a volley.
Yes.
They're invisible too, which just makes it even more annoying.
Understood. For the Ever Queen.
And then after that, then you go into a normal kite game,
It shall be done. Shadow
where your units will be getting into a more dangerous situation, but you've already gotten a little bit of value. Although, honestly, if the ability is allowed, people are just going to go for the archer stacking ability. Like, I think it would be very unlikely for people not to just archer stack. Like, you just kind of have to, right? Each additional archer just gets better and better. And the funny thing is that Flaming Sword is legitimately good here. I usually don't like Flaming Sword. Is there a lore of magic that's better than Flaming Sword for this? Because it's just 25% more base missile damage, and you get the Kindle Flame. Harmonic Convergence. Yeah, is there a better buff? Hand of Glory only affects one unit. Use it on reavers. I don't think that would do much. Oh my gosh, on a shotgun unit. Wouldn't most of their things miss though? Yeah, let's stick with Flaming Sword. I also had a theory. Aislin's ability might make spells have a longer range. Unconfirmed, but given that range spells, the way they work, because I think missile spells, they do benefit from things that buff up range spell damage. So there's a non-zero chance that the spaghetti code kicks in here. There's a non-zero chance that we see a little bit of spaghetti.
Master of the mist. We hold domain
If I do
over
that,
the sea.
and I do
None
this,
shall thread it
I
without
kind of just
our
target
sanction.
willy-nilly.
Acknowledge.
Or is that going to show up in time? We'll see.
Defending order.
Awaiting orders.
There we go. Yeah, does this fireball...
Apua. Bend to my will.
Wait, fireball's usually 300-meter range. What's the range on these guys? Did that increase the range of... Oh, whoops, I moved her. Did that increase the range of fireball? No, it looks like she was already in range. I want to see if it increases the range of missile spells, because you could use that to snipe artillery. Time warp. I don't think Barona's time warp does anything. I believe that's only for melee abilities. They should give reload time reduction to Barona's time warp. Okay, so as you can see here, fireball is out of range. If we do this and then try and cast fireball,
Scython, hear me.
yeah, you can see it. It doesn't affect. It doesn't affect the fireball. Now, there's a weird edge case here. Let's see here. So there's, with high elves, I don't think there's a way you can actually activate the edge case. Oh wait, okay, no. I have an idea. So Sea Lord Aislinn. We turn off unit caps, right? Plus a Lithanar. So Elithanar has a Moonbow ability, which is 300-meter range. When you give a range unit an ability target, you can see their range, like it changes, right? So I'm pretty sure this does this. Shems spam. Well, if it doesn't work with Fireball, it's not gonna work with Shems.
Guardian of the seas.
So you can see Moonbow clearly out of range, right? If we do this, okay, no, it's just a visual thing, like this thing changing. In fact, is it even buffing Elithanar's range?
Destroy them.
Okay, now it's saying he has 1,000,000 range. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't affect abilities. You can see it reduces his range even though he's in the bubble
Warden of
because he's trying to get the ability off. So it kind of ignores this range. The spaghetti code holds. It holds. This is dinky little shot. Boop. You think that's good, Elithanar? Also, by the way, Iron-Handed Captain. I can't wait to use this. That'll be a good one for sure. But yeah, it's not going to buff it. Good to know. Let's see. I don't think there's any other crazy shenanigans we can do, right? That means it also shouldn't buff the range of breath attacks or anything. You wonder if Shadow Walkers would be better since it's so much more accurate. Maybe. Love to see it on Way Watchers. This unit is 118 range. The problem is that, like, it's kind of dodgeable. Is there any situation where you'd hold this ability? I think you'd always use this ability at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I will say the abilities are really creative. I do really like what CA did with them.
They will not see their end.
But
For duty.
yeah,
Asturian willing.
we'll have to see how balance goes and if UI gets fixed and all that. But like the Dreadmaw, these abilities, they're all really cool. Also, this is the range, by the way. This is the whole map, basically. We'll be trying that out first turn for sure. Could you use it to snipe artillery? Absolutely. So, if you were playing a kite game against dwarves, right? And, you know, dwarves will very often run flame cannons. Maybe they'll have some bugmans, so you can't approach them normally. I'm very sure you can use this to snipe artillery from so far away. Even if you are in range of the flame cannons, it should give you stealth and snipe.
Without fail.
Did we play versus Sotek and Turin already? No, Sotek is nowhere to be seen, and Turin said he would be coming on later. He told me that yesterday.
Aislinn.
I don't know if he was able to give like a guarantee on that,
As you say.
but yeah. As it stands, we're kind of just waiting.
Orders received.
All right, so we're gonna stealth them up. We're gonna do this,
Sea guard.
and yeah, there you go.
To battle.
Stalk and snipe, man. Stalk and snipe. So you can pretty easily take care of artillery with this ability. You have just enough fire uptime to rout off maybe 2 if you do it just right. Some of them will come back. You can definitely snipe one, but you'll want more archers, I think, to really get it done. Yeah, and there's never... yeah, Turin's internet, no guarantees. Dwarven artillery is specifically the tankiest artillery in the game too. So don't feel like, you know, just because we barely killed the dwarf artillery that this ain't gonna work. If you're fighting against the Empire or what have you, you'll be able to pick apart whatever you want. So you need to manually shoot Misty Cloud or enemy can't see it. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but units that are shooting inside of Aislin's ability, they will be invisible. Try this versus an AI build where the AI isn't sandbox mode on domination. Well, like, wouldn't it be the same thing? I'll try it versus Turin as soon as things are up and running for him. Hopefully his graphics card isn't melting his cables. Yes, if it's not banned, I think the mass archer build for high elves will be one of the strongest styles. It is dodgeable though. Like you can dodge it and you can rush it down if they're not careful. Alright, Sotek's here. Yeah, he might have had like a little thing come up. So don't blame him for being late. But yeah, we might get Sotek, and then as soon as Turin's around, then we can get Turin. Should be good. How long does CA need to rebalance after a patch? I think for the most OP units, like everyone's complaining about them, 1 or 2 weeks. And then maybe a couple months after that, if we're lucky, we get a little bit of an extra little happy-go-lucky patch, but we'll see. I really don't know what the internals of CA looks like right now. They could be in a terrible state and they can't actually put out patches. At the end of the day, the multiplayer community will just ban whatever's broken. We did it with Stone Trolls, we did it with the Thunder Barge, so on and so forth with Slanesh, and like, we'll live, you know? It's really annoying, but like, we'll live at the end of the day. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. There's also a chance that they nerf the unit before the patch even comes out. But yeah. Anyway, Sotek might be coming on soon. So get ready. We can play some good old matches. Tower Guard from the extended roster. Yeah. Though I've always found that making a bad unit 50% better is worse than making like a good unit 50% better. Yeah, where's the gate guard? Spire guard. Yeah, not tower guard. Maybe it's a translation thing, but they have anti-large. Oh no. Wait, which is the one? It's the Skyhawks that have a low reload time. One of these guys I remember have a really low reload time. Oh yeah, it's the Sentinels. They have Shield Breaker. In that case, you actually do really want the reload time reduction. 22 seconds is insane. Hey. Manually firing the Sunmaker into that archer blob would be juicy. They removed manual fire in multiplayer. You can thank the Iron Blaster for that. Killing Keeper of Secrets in 2 shots, point blank. Honestly, I feel like they could give high elves. I feel like they should give high elves these cool dragons. They should give them the big dragons, make them expensive. But I can understand that they don't want a big single entity meta. And these dragons would only be good or not used. Very rarely do I think they'd be situationally good. So, I guess. What are you and Sotek gonna do? We're gonna play some multiplayer battles until Turin shows up. And then we're gonna play some multiplayer battles with Turin. That's what we're doing. The changeling? Oh, bro. Oh my god. You're right. You're so right. Holy crap. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh, the silliness. The silliness. Okay, okay. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, so you can go like changeling soul grinder, right? There's probably not that much that's actually good. Maybe like ludicrous range change bringers. Funnily enough, Tzeentch is not the best shooting faction in the world. Alright, you know, let's just see what this can do. Blue horror maxing. I guess I should have taken some blues just to look at the rainbow. Let's try this first. How good can these guys snipe? Scarbrand from downtown.
The fog claims them.
It's 500 range. 500 range soul grinders. That is pretty funny. Technically, if you're playing Tzeentch and you have a hard time versus artillery, that's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. You do need a very flat map though. We're talking like Dust Bowl. Let's see how this works with like blues and pinks. You could use it with horsemen, maybe? All right. So let's see, we do this. 2 change bringers. How's this go? Yeah, the horrors already reload fast. So what does this do to
They
them?
will not see their end.
Oh my god, it looks beautiful. Is it actually doing any amount of damage that is like worth it? Questionable. It looks beautiful though, like this. Oh my god. That's pretty hype. Star Wars. That's a glimpse of what Warhammer 40k is gonna look like. Well, as soon as I get my hands on Tau, it's gonna be that 24/7. Unfortunately though, I don't think there's actually any tech that's good here. You do have Acelin though, so you do have Iron-Handed Captain. That's about it though. Wait, does Iron-Handed Captain work versus demons? Pretty sure if these guys start crumbling, I can make them stop crumbling. What if they changed Dragon's Breath to be the same mechanic as the floaty? Oh, I think that'd be interesting. Crap. I looked away for too long. Yeah, if they gave dragons a ranged attack, that would be ludicrously OP. The only reason Tzeentch is allowed to have Changebringers is because they don't usually dominate the skies. But if you made Changebringers tanky like a dragon, I'm pretty sure they would be insane. Exalted Flamer might cook. It's only gonna get a couple shots off though, right? And then you're stuck with kind of a lackluster Acelin. Which, yeah, I don't really know how I feel about that. Okay, let's check this out though. Scarbrained. Give me a little bit of deeps. So, in theory, if these guys are crumbling... So you can only use this once the leadership... Yeah, it doesn't even let you use the ability until they've started routing. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, that'll... They don't even turn around because they don't route. So you can use Acelin on... You could use it on Furies. You could use it on Furies. Unbreakable Furies is pretty nice. Is it worth it? Probably not, but someone's gonna do it. Yeah, we can check out ground flamers. Maybe the flamer crew can do it. we can try this versus Turin. There's definitely some insane meme potential here. I've always wanted to do Flamer Kite. New Norska ROR chariot is literally just a chariot with shields. There's nothing like... There's nothing crazy about it. It's fine, but like, don't expect anything. Can the changeling turn into the mask? The changeling can turn into anyone. It's a great thing about the changeling.
Silent ambush.
I will say the angle's pretty jokes. Unfortunately, my flamers were slightly out of range. A lot of the shots are going over their heads. I don't know if it's actually a better angle. My Changebringers just aren't accurate enough to really make it work. It looks good though. You know what? It'd be really funny if they had artillery behind them or like an army here. Okay, what if we give Khorne like a huge army, right? Fill them up with marauders, you know? Give them everything they could possibly want. Because the splash damage from overshooting would probably get a lot of work done, right? Except generic lords. Okay, yeah, I guess the changeling can't be everything. The changeling also, yes, doesn't get mounts very often, it's true. Alright, so is the AI gonna... they're kind of de-blobbing. I don't like that. Okay, but like, let's say we do this, right? And then, yeah, let me get that done. So how good does it make them versus something like Scarbrand, like a lord? It's not bad. Scarbrand's still kind of a beast, but he does die. The fire going everywhere, though, is definitely funny. It just doesn't last long enough. I don't think the flamethrowers are actually that good. They look good, but if you actually look at the damage, it's not that crazy. Blows my mind that flamethrowers could not be good, though. Yeah, it's more of a fireworks show. I liked Aislinn with the Sisters of Avalorn more. Let's see here. A changeling into Bjorg. Changeling into Bjorg might actually be not bad. He's kind of expensive. Is he really worth 2k? Probably not. Altharian costs 2k, but Bjorg is definitely one of the better options you can become as a changeling. Every DLC is a changeling DLC. But yeah, Zeech can snipe artillery pieces. Unfortunately, Bjorg is okay. He has a really long summoning animation. He also has none of his kit really. He has he has War Cry. And he has Thrill of Battle. He has Guardian. There's nothing really good here on Bjorg, though. So, I don't think we'll see Changeling on him. Try Exalted? No, people don't like Exalteds. They kind of suck. I think Aislinn is meant to be for the High Elves. It's fun, though. It's certainly fun. You know, the mask might not be terrible. Very expensive, but you get a Mortis engine with Zeech. So, okay, yeah, so she has her item. Let's see her mask. She's not a spellcaster lord, so that's good. Is it enough though? Does Caradrian work? There's no further combo though. You just get a foot Caradrian. I'm sure he does work though. But yeah, so you can become the mask. And then you can get that good old Mortis engine aura. And you have some cool abilities here. But you also don't have healing. You also don't have healing, so is it really that worth? Maybe less so. So if you get Caradrian as a changeling, he's on foot, no chariot. Is there a way to self-damage the changeling? Is there any way you can get the changeling injured? Okay, no, I got it. I have the ultimate land battle cheese. Hear me out. Hear me out, but I think I figured it out. Imagine the stuff you could do with the preset Caradrian. Overcast damage. See, High Elves can do it. They have artillery. So if I do this, come on, do it.
Navy shall always protect Ulthuan.
Do it, come on. Hit me. Yes. So yeah, this is all you gotta do, right? At the start of the battle. Come on. Yeah, at the start of the battle, your horses can back up. But yeah, all you gotta do is you preset, right? You pre-game Caradrian. Can we see multi-shot with mists? Oh yeah, on the Eagle Claws? Yeah, I'll check that out. You're losing ground. Come on. Come on, Caradrian! So as soon as it activates... Come on. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and then now you have a stacked Caradrian. Boom. Alright, you want to see a multi-shot?
Without fail.
We're already kind of in range, but it will increase their fire rate, so that's pretty cool. Wow, look at that. The shots go way more horizontally than they usually do. Whoa, yo, that looks so hype. It's like straight up out of a movie. And it's gone. Yo, that might be cool. If anyone goes for like a deep formation, all right. And again, multi-shot's already kind of good. But yeah, it makes it go a lot more horizontally. Anyways, look at that. Look at that Caradrian. 760 range, yep. Get him, Caradrian. This guy's gonna be the best campaign cheese you've ever seen. Yeah, Aislin's ability definitely increases velocity. It just looks like it's going faster and the units are shooting like the gunpowder units. Nice. He's paid for himself. Eastland Changeling and use that ability on Flamers and Changebringers. I already did. You can scroll back. It's only okay. A little lackluster, I must say. But yeah, I don't think the Changeling can really make use of Caradrian. As fun as it might be, it's a little too jank. If you forfeit your legendary hero until he starts leaking radiation, put him in front of the enemy. Yeah, now he's great. Maybe manually targeting is better, so it doesn't overshoot. I guess. I wonder if there's some crazy manual fire tech you can do. I bet a skill tree can increase the uses on that range buff. Oh, that'd be hype. Maybe upgrade it too. Make it 55-meter range. Make it map wide. Make it last forever.
Master of the mist.
Alright, so if your opponent blobs up, we're gonna park our artillery over here.
Understood.
Gonna do this. Alright, so if I manually target here, what does that look like? It's terrifying. The accuracy is not good though. Yeah, the accuracy doesn't really increase, but the penetration is cool. At the end of the day, buffing a bad unit doesn't scale as well as buffing a good unit. Right? That's a simple fact of the matter. So, yeah, they didn't even get any kills.
It shall be done.
I am testing it on an artillery piece. This is the only thing we can do. Manually controlled it. I don't think that changes anything. Manually controlling units could already make them shoot far. But yeah, I think we've kind of hit everything that can be done there. I personally am still really interested in the Mist Mage. I want the Mist Mage to cook. We know Walk Between Worlds is good. We know Flensing Her is probably bad. The Riding Mist. So it gives you stock and snipe. Hey. Man, CA gives way too many hybrid abilities and spells. If it's gonna be hybrid, you should make it cheap. But 30% more missile block chance, stock, and snipe. For what? You can make it last for 40 seconds. Okay, so High Elves technically have a 40-second stalk and snipe. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory. If you're playing as against dwarves, right? And they have, like, you know, the most ludicrous artillery spam you've ever seen in your entire life. What you can do, I believe... Yeah, I think what you can do... This is not going to be entirely realistic. But I kind of just want to try it out. Yeah, I could see it being good for a kite showdown, though it doesn't hit all your skirmishers at once. Putting it on your archers, though, I think having it on your archers will be menacing. But yeah, so you're playing versus dwarves. They have a ton of artillery pieces. What's a high elf player to do? Well, Creative Assembly just gave you a new spell that you can chuck out, which is going to make all of your units have stalk and snipe for 40 seconds. Come on. Come on, get there. Dang it. Oh, darn it. That hurts. It's just barely not long enough. Now, what you can do after that is you can use Caradrian. You can use Caradrian after to give them the double stealth. And then that might last long enough for you to stealth them up again. Yeah, there you go. Huzzah. Okay, yeah, so it's not enough to walk up to artillery. With the skirmishers, though, I think it would be good. Like, I could totally see myself using this with skirmishers to walk halfway up first. And then stalk and snipe so that there's no counterplay. Any chance you could show some sky cutter tech? Maybe cycle charges? I already showed that a ton. If I can get my matches in with Sotek or Turin, then yes. But it's taking a while. It's taking some time.
It shall be done.
So yeah, here's the problem, right?
Loyal.
Typically,
Asturian guides us.
if you use your skirmishers, right? Yeah, they're just gonna die, right? Your average skirmisher is not gonna... Yeah, they're not gonna survive that. But your spell amped skirmishers. Oh, the range sucks. It's 100-meter cast range. Whatever, you can put this guy on a horse. You can put him on a horse.
Altering direction.
You can put him on a horse.
Winds, obey me.
Come on. Okay, there we go. And now these guys have stalk and snipe.
Orders received.
Yeah. That'll last a solid 40 seconds. Is this good? I don't think they do enough damage to the artillery pieces, but it lets you basically just fire it well. It's certainly very nice in an archer v archer battle. So as high elves, if you just spam archers, you can just use this and be super annoying. And then you can use Aislinn to do it again. Unfortunately, you can't just spot the units by moving something close to them. So it's probably not gonna be that impactful. I think if you just spam Mistress of the Deeps, you're likely better off. But, you know, this is what it looks like. Now the artillery can see me, and then we die. Oh my gosh. The Deeps. Yeah, honestly, I think just Mistress of the Deep spam is like kind of where it's at, man. I think that's kind of it. What if they attack ground where your units are? It would still hurt, yeah. It might not be as accurate, but you can use attack ground to kind of punish those shenanigans. Caradrian can get mounts. I believe he has one eagle, a sky cutter, and a phoenix. No, he has a horse, a chariot, and a phoenix. Dragon Prince meta with the Lore of Mists? I think so. Walk Between Worlds is just... It's just really good, man. Like, your Dragon Princes can win against Rot Knights with 75% of their health remaining. Immune to contact effects also helps versus Rot Knights, because they can't be poisoned. So, you kind of get to, yeah, you can kind of go wild. Reset the vigor. The only issue is, like, I don't know if they have as much healing as I might want them to have if you go a Miss Mage and Acelin. This spell is okay. It's not the best healing spell in the world, so I don't really know if I'm dying to cast it on Dragon Princes. But it might be better than... It might be better than just taking a separate caster. Dragon Princes are awful. The ROR is not bad. Though generally Dragon Princes are a little expensive for their for what they do. Did Skitterleap get made a teleport? I highly doubt it. I don't even know how that would work, man. Series already introducing some crazy mechanics. Skitterleap is just invisibility. Or near invisibility. Honestly, if they gave Skitterleap Snipe, that would give it some pretty cool use cases. Let's see here. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the high elf testing. Honestly, it feels like the DLC doesn't have that many units. Am I crazy? A lot of it is in the heroes and lords, I guess. But units themselves, not too many. Just a few RORs. And a few units that really change things up. Though I kind of wish Dreadmaw was better. Chimera's cool, though. I think Chimera will help out a lot of Chaos factions. Eden is just, you know... It's just a fancy little guy you can run. I will say though, having Glorious Charge and Unyielding Assault with plus 15% speed boost, if they're at high HP, makes them so much scarier than a normal giant. Do I feel like the Rune Caller is anywhere close? Rune Caller has, what, 300 damage? 350, 250. Yeah, it only has 100 less AP. It's still quite armor piercing. You're paying 100 gold more. But instead of the speed at high HP, it negates some magical weapons. What does that even do though? Does anyone even have physical resist outside of the war shrines that they nerfed? Well, yeah, who has physical resist, bro? I guess Skin Wolves. So you can combine the Rune Caller with Skin Wolves. He also has worse melee stats. And significantly less HP. For 2 uses of Flock of Doom. 2 uses of Doom and Darkness and 1 Enfeebling Foe. Ooh, it's a close call. Would you want 2 uses of Flock of Doom? You lose the Glorious Charge, though. Glorious Charge is so good. The rage. Oh yeah, that's true. So all Norskins have a little bit of physical resist. It's not enough to be worth like really wanting the ability, but this guy has a lot going on. His spell mastery is worse when he's at high HP though, which is awkward. Yeah, I really don't know how I feel about this guy. I'm pretty sure normal Eden will be better just because Glorious Charge is so good. You think that's enemy spell mastery reduction? Affected units, enemies in range. Oh, okay. So, okay, well, you're never gonna really have a lord nearby to reduce the spell mastery. That's kind of cool, though. Yeah, it's for enemies. The rune color's purple like Slanesh, and Slanesh is OP. Let's see. Yeah, I give it a not bad out of 10. Still though, Glorious Charge and a speed bonus. How could you not love? Yeah, he even gets more damage, 12%. Oh wait, well no, that's when he's low. Unyielding Assault though. The biggest problem with giants is that people will ignore them a lot of the time. These giants are certainly built different. Let's actually stress test the unit real quick. How good is this guy? The bound spells are good, but like I just don't know if it's good enough. I think like you'd only get like maybe a couple hundred gold off the bound spells. If I do take one curse Eden, my second one would likely be the rune caller though. They give almost all single entity monsters some kind of healing, except for greenskins. So let's say, yeah, you put him in a terrible situation to get surrounded by Cav. The damage is pretty brutal. Pretty brutal, I'm not gonna lie. The AI is not even sticking on him. So there's the heal. More damage. Lower stats. Eh. Definitely not a unit you would park alone. You would want to kind of mix them in with your infantry. Did a little worse than I thought they would against the Cold One Knights, but these are Cold One Knights. They always rally though. That's the thing about this guy. They will always rally because their leadership is so high, and they'll stick around even at you know, even at low HP. So I don't know. I don't know. He could be really good. Definitely counterable with the average anti-large stuff. What a predicament. I can't tell if this unit will be OP or not. Yeah, for a worst case scenario, he held up pretty well. What if you're dealing with like, okay, so here's like a typical situation, right? You got some Empire Spears, you got some Archers. As Norska, you want to tear apart the Empire front line as fast as possible. So what does it look like? Like how fast can an Eden help rout a front line before he gets shot to death? How does that compare to a normal giant? They basically have the same stats. And this one has healing. Like I think he's just almost an objectively better giant. Unless I'm missing something very important. But yeah, so let's say, you know, you have some Empire Spears, right? The Archers. They're trying to shoot him, but he has 45 speed. So he moves quite fast. These guys count as being attacked in the flank. But he's taking a little bit of damage, right? Had these guys been huntsmen, it would not be so pretty. You can actually get his attack animation off and keep him walking. Did you see that? So you can... yeah, look at that. So you can actually make him kind of ping pong around there. And he'll still get some pretty nice hits. He also has way better animations than a giant. That lunge forwards is pretty nice. Decently tanky. It doesn't feel like he's really getting brutalized by archers. You want to see that arm swing up? It's kind of awkward, but there you go. Yeah, the animations are certainly really nice. So let's see this. Yes, it's so janky, but you can make him have his little... Oh, dang, that was a big animation. Big disruption on both sides. Giant has a better bonk against characters. I think the giant will have better stats. Yeah, you can keep him walking. That's pretty cool. All right, let's take a look at him against characters. So he's low now, so he's gonna be slower. Doesn't hit as hard as a giant, but it's not bad. A giant will absolutely devastate your face, though. Like, you can't sit in melee against a giant. But like, you know, I still think this is a giant plus type situation. He's just faster. How good is his chase? Pretty bad, it seems. Oh, really bad. This guy can't chase at all. Come on. Oh, boy. Yeah, the animations. It's misplaced. So they're not actually landing hits against this Empire general. Yeah, you can see it keeps shooting past him. Yeah, we were planning to do matches with Sotek and Turin. We're kind of waiting for Turin to show up. Sotek had some issues. So he's understandably late and might not be able to show up today. But at least Turin...
I think the caster Retin is better because you can dump all his abilities, nullifies magic attacks and gives you reserves and recharge as he dies. Rewarding you for your opponent killing him is value.
Let's see here. Oh, that's true. The recharge is actually pretty chonky. Yeah. So he heals, but he also recharges. It's gonna be much better than the other Eden. And Doom and Darkness is a good pick. As a handful of spells, I think he could do quite well. You know what? Let's look into it. Thank you very much for the donation, Yang. No worries. Thanks for answering. Happy that you're happy. No one was using giants to chase units anyways. I guess that's true. Not the biggest in the world, but yeah, we got a good old Slaneshi purple dude over here. So yeah, this guy he's gonna have less HP, but he does, you know, he does negate magic attacks. I don't think that does a lot. I think what is really good is stuff like this, right? So that Flock of Doom got an extra 300 gold worth of value. He's also quite a bit less tankier than the other Eden. And he doesn't have that speed boost, so he is moving at just giant speed. I'm not entirely sure. The Flock of Doom is alright. The power recharge is super slow too, right? We're talking 1 Winds of Magic. It's, yeah, you're waiting 20 seconds for 1 Winds of Magic. You get 3 magic a minute. So even if in a 10-minute battle he was active from the start, like let's say he's below half HP for 10 minutes, you only get 30 winds of magic. More likely than not, this guy's only gonna give you like an extra, you know, like an extra burning head at best. And later into the game too, he doesn't pay for himself until you kind of sit back for like 5 minutes. I don't think it's enough. I think the numbers are too small. Power recharge 20 is not bad though, but how much gold is 30 winds of magic? 30 winds of magic is like 3 burning heads. That's like 1,500 gold optimally, but you're getting it towards the very end of the battle. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, this is like the best case scenario. You're getting like 1,500 gold. Much more realistically, we're talking like 600 gold. And then we'd half that again, because I think he'll only be healing for 5 minutes. So that's like 300 gold. I just don't think you're getting enough bang for your buck. Though with the spells, I think that changes slightly. Having Doom and Darkness and Flock of Doom is nice. And I don't think you'll be crying if you decide to go for this guy over this guy. They're both pretty good. They're both certainly quite good. This guy just has 2,500 more HP though. Like, that's a lot. That is a lot of HP. You should not underestimate that. Oh, I think I got a message. Turin can play some games. He can only do a few though, but it's fine. It's been a long stream. Finally. All right. Here we go. No map pack. Want me to get it? All right, we're gonna get the map pack. How do you label it? Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if we can get this going properly. Worst case scenario, we don't get the map pack, but I think we should be finally getting some matches after so many years of waiting. And Turin says anything is good to go, so yeah, we can try and do that. The time is now. Could have just made a tier list video. I'm not super big on the tier listing. Anyways, yeah, I'll see if I can get more games tomorrow, but I'm probably not gonna actually schedule a stream. Just messaging Turin. All right. But yeah, we're just gonna do a quick update, and then we're gonna get some matches in with Turin. Finally. Yeah, tier lists are pretty low effort videos. I think I might just be putting too much effort into them. But anyways, I don't really feel like doing them just yet. I'll wait till I'm a bigger creator, because like at the end of the day, I'm not even gonna make a lot doing tier lists. I don't think it'll draw that much of an audience either. It's something nifty that can be done though. Sotek was feeling a little unwell today, so I'm not gonna divulge anything else for his own privacy, but unfortunately he was not able to make it. But playing versus Turin, we should be good. I'm at 57% updated. I just have to update my game version, and then we can finally play. You probably wouldn't watch if I made a tier list. That's the thing though, right? It's capturing a different audience. I think like people who watch my streams are more interested in a very different kind of content than what other people want to see. So it makes sense that a lot of my ideas will seem bad if you're here watching an Anticity stream. Although I'm sure there's a lot of overlap too. All right. It's done. It's done. Total Tavern map pack enabled. Let's go. Yes, sophisticated bunch. All right. So first things first, we got to try out the filthiest of filth first, Turin. I gotta try the mega filth, right? I gotta try just the Acelin, take him to Pound Town, Master of Mists filthiness. Hey, and he's in. All right, what's a good Dom map? Crystal Lake. There we go. All right. Iron-handed captain is good. Being on a dragon with potion of toughness is good. What we have to do. I am obligated to do such things. We gotta go for the mass archer play. With your favorite spell, people. You get the flaming sword. You get the burning head. Caster needs to be cheap. Looks like he's playing yeah, looks like he's playing Norse Skull, right? You know, I'm just gonna get the other archers too. I'm sure an archer build up cannot possibly go wrong. And then after we blitz them, what's the best way to close out a game versus New Norska? He's gonna like this? I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess we just... Then we summon in the Murworm, right? Supported by, yeah, the weird 6 ships company. I don't know what CA is doing with their limits, but yeah, I don't need that many though. I just need something basic to run over skin wolves and the like. Yeah, I think 2 dragon princes is more than enough. All right, this should be good. You think he's gonna give, you think he's gonna go with the 70% missile resist Norska build? He could. He could go the 70% missile resist Norska Fimir build, and then we're sad. The cops are coming. They heard I was cheesing Turin with insane range units. Can Dreadmaw burrow while netted? Probably. Units can land while netted. Units can cast spells while netted. I'm pretty sure it can burrow. Another color scheme? Sure. Let's do a Citadel of Dusk. Cops called for missile abuse. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how this works versus the full missile resist build for Norska. You have to be so densely packed though that I feel like you still take too much damage for it to be worth. 10 Dreadmaws. The Dreadmaw spam. Turin loves his Dreadmaws. That's for sure. I think we're gonna see a meme like a Mammoth Shrine mount. You think we're gonna see some Mammoth Shrine shenanigans? Maybe he'll go full rush. I do actually kind of wonder what a full rush against this looks like. Tunnel Snakes rule. The disruption they could cause to an Acelin blob. That could be nasty. Acelin himself costs 2,900, by the way. Ultra expensive. How long can you last without a front line? It's domination. I can just kite him. My front line comes in when I reinforce with units. But we'll see. The odds of a worm are quite high. It would be very funny if he used worms to punish the Acelin blob. I think it would be funny. But yeah, ready, good luck, have fun. All right, got a big ol' massive dragon here. We have Master of Mists. We have Breath Attacks. First call in is going to be the Mage of Fire. And then we just, yeah. Roasty toasty. Should be a Doug Trio Dreadmaw ROR. They already have the multi-mammoth. I feel like the Dreadmaw ROR would be sick. But yeah, so you forgot the Handmaiden. Handmaiden's too expensive at the end of the day. That's what we're sticking with. So we're seeing double Chimera, some Marauders, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the trees. And by in the trees, I mean he has a Dreadmaw. The odds of Turin having a Dreadmaw is 10,000%. I think the best thing I can do is probably just ignore it though. And make sure my make sure my archer core
Orders received.
can actually cook. You can see the bubble is
Tireless.
more than enough range.
One mage.
We're gonna get yet another archer here.
Onward.
We want as many archers as we can realistically bring here. I will say though, it's kind of scary that there's just a Dreadmaw somewhere here. There's just yeah, there's just a Dreadmaw lurking about.
Understood.
I have no idea where it is.
One mage.
It could just pop up out of nowhere, man.
We have a victory point.
Now, fun fact, his guys are actually,
Orders.
they are actually in range. So, if we do this now,
Archers.
oh boy. Oh no, not the lag. Not the lag switch.
We will obey. We await.
Lag switch is going. Hold, Turin's internet, hold.
Archers.
Okay, we're gonna shoot at his javelins.
Kill them.
Oh, he's dodging well though. He's dodging real well. Pretty sure the damage is still going to be worth it though. And then as soon as the ability runs out, then we'll swap out our guys. Look at the Dreadmaw though. Oh my god.
My power is yours. Going
The Dreadmaw. It cometh.
Syrian guides us. Archers.
It cometh split.
As you said.
Alright, so there's gonna go unburrowing and all that. Okay, so he brings in the Kurgan. He brings in the horsemen. But they're low HP, low armor, so they just kind of die. Yeah, they just kind of died, son.
kill them.
All right, nice. So, yeah, that was a pretty big play that kind of went nowhere. He's gonna cast a little bit of a spell here,
Yes.
but we can just
Archers.
pull away. Reburrows the Dreadmaw. He still hasn't used one of the abilities at least. Gets a nasty breath attack though. Oh my gosh, the wind spells. Can I kill the Dreadmaw at least? This thing's gonna heal. That's not the prettiest. Yeah, it looks like we are gonna rout off the Dreadmaw at least. Oh, Nightmaw! Nightmaw and Dreadmaw. Oh my gosh.
It shall be done. Setting forth.
All right, nice. So if we focus fire this bad boy first,
Orders received.
I think we'll be okay.
Without fail.
It really wants to heal, so if I can just stop that from happening, I'm happy.
Obey.
Awaiting orders.
I think it's likely gonna get its heal though,
Moving out.
so it's just gonna have to back up a smidge.
Onward. Understood.
And keep on kiting on. Gonna get the dragon princes coming on in. Oh, the man tide.
Calls.
The man tide's cooking.
Asa, withdraw.
At once.
It's fine. Once I have my dragon princes in here, I should have gone them in maybe a little bit earlier.
Asa, forward.
But what we're gonna do is we're just gonna pull away.
Forward.
Gonna avoid that chain lightning.
I never tire.
I still have Aislinn popping off. And he's done a lot of damage to the Chimera.
Mage.
The Turin's doing it though. Turin's cooking. Is the Chimera gonna live versus a breath attack? The answer to that is likely no. Alright, that should be pretty good. So we're just gonna fall back. Just gonna get a couple archers. We're going to rally this archer unit. What the crap? They didn't rally. Alright, game's bugged.
Archers.
Yo, they didn't rally, bro.
At your
What the
command.
crap? I got ripped off.
For duty.
Make
What the
way.
crap? Get back here.
Prince of Oak One.
Aislinn is disappointed. He's disappointed in the weak hearts. In his weak-hearted men. You know another Night Maw is gonna be coming up soon. Oh my god, yeah, classic CA. Anyways. He's gonna chuck out a few more spells. Dragon Princes can ward away those doggos at least. And soon enough, I'm gonna have a whack load of cash. And I can use that cash to either summon in more Dragon Princes for late game cleanup, because I've already uptraded quite severely here. Or we can get a Murworm. Given that he's spamming infantry, I'm pretty sure a Murworm would actually be really fun. It'll also be a solid test of how good it is at infantry clear. Because who knows? Maybe the Murworm is gonna be ultra suck. We've yet to try it out. It's gonna take a while though to actually summon on in. It's gonna take 50 years. Come on, you darn thing. Oh, he's trying to get that Chimera action in, I see. I guess my Dragon Princes are actually doing not bad. Sail is kind of chilling on him though. Patch 7.1 balance changes.
Patch
Flaming Sword has been
7.1
nerfed.
balance changes. Flaming Sword has been nerfed due to an overpowered interaction with Ashling's Master of the Mist's ability.
Please. Don't do me dirty like that. Oh crap, we have more doggos coming. Yo, what's with the lag though? I like never lag versus Turin most of the time. Lagging now is certainly unfortunate. Yeah, this Murworm is taking its sweet time showing up. But we got the Sea Lord in here finally. Oh my god, the lag. Come on.
Following Ethua.
Okay, so we're gonna get the Burning Head. Oh. Okay, there we go. Gonna get the Burning Head. That's gonna rout him off. Make him not a very big deal. We're gonna rout off the Ice Wolves so my Dragon Princes survive. There you go. So the Ice Doggos are all gone. And then we're gonna have the big Murworm. Now, will the Murworm actually cook? I don't know. He has a lot of infantry, but it is a regen terror causing unit. It's reasonably fast. I feel like it should do quite well here. The Dread Night Maw. All right. But yeah, here we go. Big Murworm action has arrived. We got the Murworm. Sails actually running for the hills. I can't cast this on my Dragon Princes, though. If they rally, that would be rather funny. Can they kill Sail, though? I don't know if they can actually kill Sail. I could breath attack him. That might work out really well for us. Hey, and he died. Woo! All right. Get him. Get him, you big Murworm. Beat him up. I gotta get these archers on here too. Dang, Murworm's kind of cooking at least. Murworm's kind of cooking. Lord Loss penalty is not very pretty either. It's gonna devastate many of these poor marauders. And then if I just keep spamming archers here, we can maintain a lead. Whoever said Dragon Princes suck, look at them. They're still alive, 11 entities. They're doing great. And that's gonna be my first capture point. So slowly we make our way to the next capture point. Probably should have summoned the Murworm sooner, but what can you do, right? And onwards they go. The Archer build. Honestly, it's not as good as I thought. If you just get full rushed, it's not exactly the prettiest thing that could ever happen to you.
Taking the foe.
Like, you definitely don't want to just get face rushed, right? Those guys will be annoying, so we're just gonna breath attack them. Get a couple entities low. Aislin's a Chad, man. He's on a Star Dragon. He doesn't care. He doesn't have capture weight too, so he's gonna be able to help out. Or he's better suited helping out clearing these marauders while my archers push the high ground. Let's get that Murworm over there. Good old Murworm action. As long as turn doesn't surprise capture a point, I'm pretty happy. Eastland's looking pretty good. Murworm's looking pretty good. I can summon in some cavalry here soon enough. Oh dang, look at this Dragon Princess. They're killing it, man. He does have Sail back though. In all his glory. This will actually be a rather close match by the looks of it. I think since I have Burning Head though, and this point captured at a decent time, I think we're still in the clear. Like the Murworm should definitely do well here. And then the last capture point is more or less undefended. Here come the Dragon Princes. Point is captured. Alright, now Turn's really good at making plays for other he's good at making plays for other points. So I'm gonna have to be just a little wary of that. He did just summon a Marauder though, so very likely he doesn't have a lot of extra money. But if he's been banking, that could be just a little awkward, just a smidge. But anyways, Murworm should be fine. We got our archers over here and get another sick volley and then get on that point. Murworm can get over there. Dragon Princes are still alive, the Chads. Sword and board spears, or sword and board sword guys. Sword and board elves they're very close to the same tier as Empire swordsmen. Very, very close to the same tier. I think they might be slightly less effective because they have less HP. But stat-wise, you know, they're alright. Because I don't know why Aislin's ability doesn't work sometimes. That's definitely the worst part about all of this. I think he's trying to draw me out so that he can spam units here. I feel like he's gonna spam horsemen and go here. Like, I'm really getting big vibes that, like, yeah, he just wants to get this. So we're gonna get our chunky flaming sword, chunky burning head. Oh my god, the archers, dude. Kurgan horsemen have no HP. Kurgan horsemen, I don't know what it is about them, but they just die to archers like no one's business, man. I think ice wolves are much better against high elves. I'm making Kurgan horsemen look positively terrible right now, which is good to see. The unit has its counters and it's gonna be just absurd amounts of deeps. If you can just deeps their faces off, then it's not too bad. Last Samurai, I know, right? Dude, those poor Kurgan horsemen. I swear they're good. Their DPS is insane, but less than 6,000 HP is really brutal. Nice. It's gonna be victory for us. All right. Shut down the chimeras pretty good. I'll play Demons of Chaos. We'll change the map to Imperial Ambush. Immediately switches to Demons of Chaos to see what's up. So the Marquis has more HP now. He's gonna try high elves. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the Marquis of Masochism has 700 more HP. I have Pleasure Seekers. Wait, Phantasmagoria's better. On the Marquis now. Holy crap, wait. Wait just a darn second. I can do the thing. Locus of Swiftness. Get her on a demonic steed. So I can actually net him down and go for a speed demon build. It's gonna be expensive though, but I think I can take an ultra cheap lord, right? How cheap does this guy get? Wow, he's expensive. On the Juggernaut, you can take Tormentor Sword. Okay, maybe I don't go for the Demonic Steed. I don't think I get that much out of it. No, Marquis used to have less HP than a Keeper of Secrets. Now they only have slightly less. So they went from 7,000 to 7,700. This also applies to the Keeper of Secrets. Overall, I'd say it's pretty nifty. I can bring the rot flies. The rot flies. They've also been buffed. Let's see here. Really want to try Pleasure Seekers, of course. But basically, one of the only new units that I can even play around with here. Flesh Hounds are good. Probably want to take a couple Furies, Corn. If he's high elves, they'll survive a Tempest. Now what do I do if he has a Sky Cutter? I could just kill everything on the ground and then ignore the Sky Cutters. This is a build that has no rampaging effects. But if he goes for the Sky Cutters, I think we can just kill everything on the ground and just capture weight win. Sky Cutters are good, but with no infantry nearby, it's probably okay. The other option is Aislinn, but I'll have the Mega Speed Demon build. The ultimate in Demon Speed. Will the Siege rework drop with 7.0? If they haven't advertised it, I would be doubtful. But yeah. This'll be interesting. I really want the Marquis of Masochism to do well, but if he has Sky Cutters, he's probably just gonna shoot it to death. Poor Turin walked into the mad scientist lab. So we got the mega shooty. Although I will say, Aislinn's range thing is not as scary as I thought. I think it will be much worse if you bring a more normal build. Maybe just 5 archers. I think if you go for 5 archers, that's like kind of the sweet spot. Or maybe like 4 Sisters of Avalorn. And a more normal looking build. Sisters of Avalorn already have pretty good projectile speed, so it's harder to dodge too. And then you can kind of just play hyper defensive. But yeah, the hope here is that I kind of want him to go Sky Cutters, because I think everything on the ground is gonna die. Everything on the ground should get absolutely obliterated unless he's gone for a Mantide. If he's gone for a Mantide, then we'll have to figure something out. If he goes Sea Elemental, I have the Keeper of Secrets. And Pleasure Seekers. There's no way a Sea Elemental beats that. If it does, it's clearly broken and I'm gonna get it banned. I don't know. But yeah, he has 7 units. So, not a lot of units. Oh my gosh. The dread internet issues, they persist. I doubt Rotflies, by the way, are actually going to be able to kill his Sky Cutters, but we'll see. He's bought Tempest and Arcane on Forging. So that means he's gonna air spam me. He has a Bolt Thrower. He has Sky Cutters here. He has Sky Cutters there. But we have lots of mobility. And if there's one thing these demons can do well, it's dodge like crazy, but they're gonna have to be real careful about these guys. That's Keepers of the Flame. All right. I think Keepers of the Flame is a smart. I think that's a smart choice. Ouch. All right, he's already killing some Pleasure Seekers. I think if we just go for it, though, there's no way this one Keeper of the Flame is gonna do anything, right? Even with the most pitiful of dodging, I think we'll still be okay. He's gonna get a Tempest out, though. I think Furies are pretty good at distracting these guys. Another Phoenix Guard. Oh my goodness. All right, well, we're gonna start off with a hefty Pendulum. He's gonna try and dodge it, thus removing his bracing. He's gonna get a pretty solid amount of return damage, but the Pleasure Seekers are in, and they absolutely kill bloody everything. Oh my god, Keepers of the Flame did not do very well versus the Pleasure Seekers. That's pretty good. It's a solid start. We got our Furies in there. We're gonna Enfeebling Foe these guys and then recharge with the Pleasure Seekers. And then we're just gonna kill him. The name of the game is kill him before he kills us. And thankfully, Pleasure Seekers are insane. Enfeebling Foe is certainly getting a lot of work in. Though his infantry, they appear to hold surprisingly well. Pleasure Seekers are gonna be a little bullied, but they're not out of the question just yet. And then we have our doggos here. They'll do great. And yeah, I just gotta kill him fast. Unfortunately for me, though, we are down Pleasure Seekers. That's kind of painful. He does have Caradrian. All right. Gonna see if we can go for a big play here. I'm not building up my thing very much, though, which is a little unfortunate. At least his chariots are not doing too great, and leadership is buckling ever so slightly. He got the Apotheosis, though, on these guys to keep them in the fight. But if I can just keep killing his dudes, we're happy. He summons in some ship's company on the far side to try and salvage the situation. Doubt they will, though. Gonna get the net. Got some doggy charges here. Gotta be super careful about the Keepers of the Flame. And yeah, we'll use one dog for the ship's company. If we're lucky at all, he won't have any cavalry or anything. And this guy does heal, even if it is a bit in the presence of units that are routing. Man, my army ability just does not charge up like it used to, though. CA definitely nerfed this. This is not charging nearly as fast as I'm used to. I'd be very surprised if it was any different. Those are just silver helms, not a big deal. In fact, I will have a pretty nasty pendulum over here in a second. Just gonna chuck that out and then countercharge the silver helms. And then with Fiend support, we should be able to get a little bit of work done. Those bolt throwers, they hurt, but more fiends abound. Those doggos have gore feast. They'll do great. And soon he'll be out of ammunition. And we will have a chance. Garadriel's doing his bestest to try and salvage this position too. He's trying to recapture. What I would do for a little bit of a rampage in here though. Yeah, I could really use a rampage here. But none shall be had. That's a routed unit though. That's a routed unit. And the fiends are in. So if we can just kill off the Phoenix Guard here, then we can equal the capture weight in this situation. And then I can get more Pleasure Seeker soon. So technically it has capture weight, but it's so little he's not actually going to capture it. He actually goes for the Phoenix summon too. Oh, I'm playing Demons of Chaos. No wonder. Sorry, I thought it was Slanesh. That's my B. That's my B. I thought it was Slanesh. What a silly maneuver that was. So I'm just gonna use this and the speed boost on this lady, just so we can actually get to the point that little bit faster. He's almost out of ammunition, so I just have to sit here and bring back the capture weight, and then we go for the ship's company. He's going for the sniping attempt on my big SE. That 700 HP increase though is actually helping them out. They would have been dead a while ago by now, but instead they live. I'll just keep this Phoenix busy. And in theory, these guys are not very good in a melee here against such elite forces. Pleasure Seekers should be able to get a little bit of damage in. Apotheosis is good though. But if I can just kill off his capture weight, it's still a win con. Got some more guys here though. Fiends and Furies can deal with them. Not the problem in the slightest. And the Pleasure Seekers have arrived. So we'll get to witness a Pleasure Seeker charge on the backs of these chariots. Oh my god. Dang. Holy smokes. Oh my god, the value. Well, that'll get him dead. That'll absolutely get him dead. If there's a unit, if you have to kill something, if murder is in the books, holy crap, that's so much damage. That's so much damage. What in the world? That Phoenix never stood a chance. Jeez. Holy smokes, the Phoenix is dead. Okay, so Pleasure Seekers just dumpster everything they run into. That's what I'm seeing right now. Pleasure Seekers will rip and tear through everything, man. That's a lot of pleasure. Yeah, get me more of these guys. Dang, look at the charge into the spears too. Bronze chevrons, 2,500 value. Turin does manage to get 1 point though. His Phoenix, it flees. But his spearmen are dead. All thanks to these little guys. And they heal. So they can kind of just sit back, relax. Heal up a wee bit. We do win soon. And if I summon another Pleasure Seeker, then I think we're fine. Slanesh, yeah, Slanesh has bonus versus everything. Absolutely. Absolutely. They killed the Phoenix so fast. Unfortunately, I can't really deal with this cavalry. I can't summon yet another Pleasure Seeker, though. Remember, they have devastating flanker. So against a couple basic silver helms. Oh, he... Wait, they're dampened? They're dampened? Am I dampened? Someone's dampened. Oh, dang. They're doing deeps. Dang, he killed the Pleasure Seekers. He actually did it. He killed the Pleasure Seekers, bro. All right. We're gonna need a Uber stall this. I have 1 minute. We gotta hold this point. Now, I've baited his cav off this point, so he actually doesn't have capture weight. No one tell Turin. Desperation is kicking in. Pleasure Seekers will win this fight. At least they should. And he does get it, but way too slowly. And now he's 20 seconds. For this point, we win. Though he made it close. Turin made it absolutely very close. Ooh. Spicy. Yeah, Pleasure Seekers don't like getting charged. They take a lot of damage from that, it seems. Nice. Oh my gosh. Fun match, though. That was a good one. All right. Last faction. I think I'll play Norska. Play Norska. All right. So playing versus Turin. This is gonna be his last game. He has some IRL stuff he has to tend to. So we'll see what we can do. I'm gonna go for the Dread. The Dread, double Dread Ma. Yeah, if you bring no infantry, the Sky Cutters have nothing to charge. Crap, I forgot to check their value. That's my B. But yeah, we did beat the most annoying build. You can just bring a Cav Max. And it's not the worst, though he was starting to come back ahead. Which is kind of sus. Oh, nice. We might get Sotek after Turin. Sigmar. All right, Turin's playing the Empire. All right. So Kurgan Horsemen are good. If it's the Empire, you probably want Burning Head. You know what? A Spell Mastery Burning Head. Sounds real fun. And then I just Dreadmaw. Excuse me. Dreadmaw Bearman rush his face. You can't go wrong with a bunch of ripped guys, right? Just go for the absolutely shredded core of dudes. Use your Dreadmaws to terror out them. We got a sick mammoth. If he has a big single entity like a Franz, I feel like my melee horseman. I feel like my melee horseman will be good enough to win that. Alright, pure bear structure. What does he even have? He has a potion of toughness. Thrill of battle. He has the war cry. He has war cry when he's charging. Okay, he probably doesn't need the thrill of battle. He might not even need the potion of toughness. Let's just use him with war cry and get some war cried Marauder Bearmen. Let's give it a good, yeah, let's give it a good showing. These guys are cool because they have +8 leadership aura. You can take a couple normal horsemen just in case. Followers of the Great Eagle. I guess for the memes. Alright, let's try it. Premier Noble. He doesn't really work with the build. But yeah, so this is kind of a disruption rush where we disrupt them with the Dreadmaws and then we go for a big push. The ground sinks are good? Absolutely not. But I want to try and squeeze as much value out of them just to see what we're dealing with. DLC units that are on the nerf pipeline. I think just the Sky Cutters need like an active nerf. Everything else I'm not 100% sure about. I think the Kurgan Horsemen are strong. I think the long range shooting ability is strong. Like as soon as people get a good build with it, it's gonna be so oppressive. Yeah, so I could see that being really good. I think the Sea Elemental is pretty strong, though a bit expensive. And the Chimera is... The Chimera could probably use a price increase. The unit itself is not insane, but having 3 breath attacks for 1350 is just very strong. Yeah, I guess like the Phoenix Guard did get cut down pretty hard, but like what was he supposed to bring, right? I think anything he brings on the ground is gonna die. So you might as well bring the Phoenix Guard because they're quite sturdy and have a lot of capture weight. But if you bring a bunch of spears, I think they just get chain routed. Want to hit up base camp of boulders? I haven't done bouldering in a while. If I ever want to do a meetup at a bouldering place, I'll let you guys know though. But I don't know how comfortable I feel about meetups just yet. Especially because I don't know how many people would actually show, so I don't know what to like account for. Eventually though. Alright, so we got the Dreadmon. That's never gonna end until Dreadmaws are so weak that nobody uses them. Having a Shaman Sorcerer with Burning Head on a Mammoth is such a strange feeling. But that's 20% spell mastery we can bring to bear. I'm mostly just gonna be spamming these guys, so let's take a look. He has wagons. Oh, we're so dead.
You can't go wrong with a bunch of ripped guys. Enticity 2025, going for a double push while maxing the wall.
Alright. Alright. Yeah, there's 2 worms involved in this situation here. Alright, but yeah, I think the Barrowmen should be able to tank it fairly well. Engineer got nerfed. He's also not 360 anymore. That's new. Didn't know that CA also wanted to change that. But yeah, the guy's not he's not 360 shooting anymore. So that actually significantly softens up anything that he can do. Then the Dreadmaw shenanigans shall continue. So you can see they kind of dodge by burrowing. Then as soon as he starts focus firing 1, we just re-burrow it. There's definitely something. There's definitely something going on here, right? You can't say the Dreadmaws are doing nothing. Bear versus the Boris. And now this time I actually have some proper stuff going on here to potentially win this game. I have armor piercing cav. That could potentially be good. Bearman, I think they have a lot of mass too. They should be able to do quite well in this situation. And we're just gonna keep spamming AP cav and see how they do. It's gonna be a nasty burning head though. But we got him caught in a pretty rough surround. Wow, burning head hurts the cav though. Yeah, they really don't like that. They really don't like that cavalry. This thing punish the outriders maybe. My lord's also getting kind of bullied. He's a goner. The war shrine was not clutch. I repeat, the war shrine was not clutch. The Dreadmaws though are terror routing a couple dudes. We do have a lot of cavalry here. Classic lord throw though. The Anticity special, it continues. Oh, that thing's gone. Unfortunately. But at least we have a lot of captures. One good thing about this Norskin lord too is he's actually rather inexpensive too. So I do expect him to work out pretty well. And yeah, Bjorg over there getting a pretty nasty hit. Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of routes, but I swear my lord shall return. Let's get more of these guys in here. Let's see if we can take out the war wagons. War wagons are nasty, man. War wagons are nasty. I can kind of bog them down with my bearmen though. And we still got Bjorg. Bjorg is just chilling, man. Doesn't give a crap. And I think there's actually high potential for him to hard carry this game, as there's not a whole lot left. Really, right? Dang, that burning head hurts though. That burning head, it hurts real bad. He'll probably be able to take this point too. But I see a few spears we can route off. And remember, the Dreadmaw, it is a source of terror. So we kind of just pop that silly noodle over here. Then he should be relatively okay. Yeah, he's actually going to help terror out a lot of these fools. Not the worst. You know what? The Worm's not the worst. The Bearmen are certainly doing quite well too. Bjorg is crushing it. We're just going to get a little bit of a unburrow here on a few of these flagellants. Just get them a tiny bit beat up, because this game is going to come down to tickets. That is absolutely for sure. I'm gonna reburrow it to be as annoying as humanly possible. Unfortunately, Turin has such a ludicrous amount of ammunition on these guys, but man, the Bearmen are just cooking. Those are Zintler's Reichsguard. Not the biggest deal in the world. I almost don't want to resummon my lord, because Yeah, I feel like the Lord is just gonna get shot to death by the war wagons. I might just resummon him later. Now, it does mean I have to deal with Boris. Certainly a mighty force. His Zintlers again mulched by these guys, by the way. So at least that's pretty good. And yeah, I could resummon my Lord. I think I kind of need the leadership though, right? Just for everyone else to do well. I'm not using him as my Lord. I'm using him as a passive leadership support tool. But his ammunition conservation has been real good. At the very least, we got the Zintlers down. Barrowmen holding really well. Bjorg clutching it out. But 2 capture points will fall in the hands of Turin. So it's gonna be a long game. It's certainly going to be quite a long game. At least we have the Lord that can kind of pressure here. At least he's losing a lot of guys over in the distance on this side. Let's just reborrow this guy. Turin might not actually... He's not going to know where this thing is too, right? Ouch. Well, that's a doozy. That's a bit of an upsa-dupsies. Alright, so that's going to be a little painful. Oh, he's not 360 because he's not on a horse. That's a foot engineer, I see. Well, okay, Bjorg is going to chill, and I can use the Dread mod to keep bullying this. Unfortunately, no Dreadmaw resummon is going to help us, but I do win on a 1-cap. And he has a long way to get his wagons over here. We're just going to try and drain his ammunition. Just a smidge. And then I'll see if I can retake this point with my Lord. I'm going to have to time this well. But I believe if I do it like this, the Dreadmaw explosion should activate right about now. Yeah, and that's going to get a decent amount of damage on those spears. Plus he has Terror. You can see the Deep's not bad. He does summon some range units though. That means a Dreadmaw. It will finally, I'm sure Turin's happy, be biting the dust. But can he deal with the Horseman Tide? So my Lord can absolutely win this situation. Wagons will capture this point quickly. But with the help of Bjorg and all that, I think we can shoo them off the point at least a relatively decent speed. Boris will obviously have to be very wary of. But it looks like, yeah, the horsemen. The horsemen swarm arrives. They're pushing them back, right? Turin's gonna have to be a little careful with how he plays this out. And the center position is unsafe for him. His flagellants are slightly out of position. I'd say this is not terrible, not amazing either. But I should at least be able to get a pretty good burning head over there while he's maybe not looking. We'll be able to bully that engineer a good amount too. And that should just result in me capturing this here point. There's his burning head. This time we will get a pretty nifty dodge, thus saving me a good amount of trouble. And then if we can just secure this point, I'm happy. Bjorg is here. We got a lot of boys. My Lord's not going to die to Boris very quickly. So I think he can kind of just prance around there for a little bit. Killing off that engineer is such a blessing too. And it's just really a couple flagellants I gotta deal with. Flagellants ain't no issue though. I got a ginormous mammoth. Gonna see if we can get a nifty burning head. No, Turin gets the dodge. He's also good at dodging. He gets the dodge, but I'll probably get the point. And on a double cap, that puts him in a very, very sketchy situation. We just need a little bit more mobility. We just gotta capture this middle point. There we go. And now Boris is in a sticky situation. As my lord is on a mammoth. We have a big old mammoth lord. He's chilling. We're gonna have more Kurgans here in but a second. That engineer is as good as dead. I don't really have to worry about him much anymore. Wow, Boris. He gets routed by the Kurgan marauders. That's impressive. Yeah, they're definitely really good. And Bjorg was super good. Whoever suggested Bjorg, you're right. He's absolutely insane. He's gonna try and dodge this, but I can maybe knock a few of these flagellants into that mess. And I think Turin's going to lose on time pressure, but it's going to be quite close. Man, Bjork's such a Chad, though. What's his base leadership? 80? Gets the melee attack boost with another nasty charge. But I gotta make sure I don't get tabled here, and my lord still has to be a little wary at least. I still can't afford to lose the lord. So just gonna back up here. Thankfully, Empire just really sucks at winning cav fights. They're generally really bad at winning cav fights, so if I do this correctly, I should be good. Bjorg is going to die, sadly. But he served well. We are now at the final stretch. Going for one last capture point. Turin has left way too many units on his far point because he's worried that I'm going to try and potentially snipe that. But that was not on my checklist this day. And hopefully my armor-piercing cavalry win it, though it's gonna be close. Not killing Boris is gonna haunt me for sure. With more cav incoming, though. Let's see, Boris is doing fairly well. I'm gonna reset the charge bonus on these guys. Turin is going to capture the point, but I'm hoping to win by up trading. I'm pretty sure my lord's not gonna die either. He does get the point though. But these yeah, Knights of the Black Rose. We'll see how good they are. Those Outriders are painful, but a lot of their shots are missing. Okay. We will have a burning head too. And Boris is wavering. That's good. That's very good. What a match though. This is rather rather pitched. I need these guys to get into melee first too. If they hang around, it's gonna be an issue. But this should at least be a pretty solid burning head. And then if we can actually just capture the point, I think I'm okay. I just have to make sure my lord don't die. Come on, flanking charge. Get the flanking charge on him. Lord has to live. He absolutely has to live. Turin's piling on though. I think he's barely gonna win it. I think he's barely gonna win it. I'm out of magic. He's done it. The Empire holds. Yo, Boris living. My lord is now gone. Can I kill Boris though? Can I get a Boris kill? No. Oh my god. What a nail biter. Honestly, the mammoth The Mammoth feels super risky all the time. If you're ever running into Kite, the Mammoth's basically an auto lose. Although I did kind of misplay with them. I think if I played it slightly better. I think if I played it slightly better, we would have been good. How did the Worms do, though? That was Turin's last game, by the way, but Sotek should be coming in soon. I think Bjorg is insane. Bjorg is crazy. The Worms sucked. Yeah, the Worms, the Dreadmaws are so bad. The Barrowmen were sick. I love the Barrowmen. The Mammoth Lord was okay. He kind of just had a rough build to run into. A lot of pew pew. That was a great game, though. Yeah, Outriders are still a menace. This is not an anti-skirmish tool. Man, the Dreadmaws are so bad. The Dreadmaws are actually ludicrously bad. They're gonna go into bloated corpse territory where they're such a cool unit, but they just suck. Kurgan Horsemen are good, but they eat burning heads like no one's business. I think they're just insanely squishy. And you're probably better off spamming Ice Wolves most of the time. But don't feel bad bringing them in situationally. Just make sure you have Ice Wolves most of the time. And then I think that's basically my analysis of the situation. Crap, I forgot to check a lot of the value on his stuff. What are Dreadmaws good for? I don't know, man. They were kind of bullying his infantry the whole time. You can disrupt range with them, and they have terror. But right now, it feels like a 700 gold unit. Alright, messaging Sotek. But yeah. Is Be'lakor cheaper or buffed? I don't think so. They did update some of the demon princes, but you can take a look at Be'lakor and judge for yourself. But yeah. You don't know about 700? They're better than Manticores? Oh, I would say absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Did you see the value on them? One of them got 100 value. And this is with like a bunch of unburrow shenanigans. I think if I had a Manticore that game, we would have won. I'm quite sure if we replace these guys with double Manticore, that makes a much more awkward situation for Turin. Maybe in a mass infantry situation, but Manticores are high DPS. And they're way faster than the Dreadmaw. The Dreadmaw feels really slow on the ground. Maybe 700's too low, though. I would accept 800 as a starter and kind of see where the meta settles. But, like, they can't really help in cav fights. And they kind of just chip damage infantry, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe if their shots were a little bit more impactful. Turin played a mean kite game, though. That was a nasty kite. Not only did he have the engineer, but he also had the Outriders. And the Outriders is what did me in. Their DPS is crazy. Also, Boris. Squeezing every little drop of value out of Boris. That was crazy. The Ice Drake, Frostworm. At this point, Frostworm is just a worse Chimera. It only has 730 more HP. The armor is basically the same, the leadership is the same, but it's a way bigger target. And more expensive. So, like, I don't know why you would bring a Frost Dragon instead of a Chimera at this point. Their breath attacks are both more or less the same in terms of effectiveness In fact, this one has more explosive damage, which is quite good. Put more respect on the trouser snakes. Yeah, I guess I'll need to test them against non-mobility play before I know. Also have to have you here, Turin. We got Turin in the chat. I do feel like Bearmen were insane though. Those Bearmen cooked, man. Bearmen are so good. ITP, lots of leadership. You made that build specifically not to suffer the Dreadmaws. It was a smart choice. I could see if you went for like a, you know, like a Huntsman build. The Dreadmaws could be super annoying for your archers. Because you do need to bring quite a bit to bear to actually kill them. They do have that longevity. I'm not convinced that they're actually good yet, though. I'll have to see. Like, if I had to choose between the Dreadmaw and a Skin Wolf, this one will last longer, so maybe not entirely comparable. I think Norska doesn't really have a long-lasting disruption tool that can also, like, escape cavalry, because you could bring an Ice Wolf chariot. It felt like the Dreadmaws were doing more than what I would do with an Ice Wolf chariot as an anti-infantry option. But I honestly feel like instead of 2 Dreadmaws, 1 Skin Wolf and 1 armored Skin Wolf, I feel like that's just so much better. Even against ranged, it just gives you a lot more cav killing power. But I don't know. I could see this being super disruptive to ranged. I might take one in reserve if it wasn't bugged. Oh, if you go Hawklands? That's pretty funny if you go Hawklands. Is Hawklands even Metaverse Norska though? I don't play Empire that much. I know my style tends more towards Kite and Mantide. I feel like if you have multiple Hawklands, you can kind of just crossfire the Dreadmaw to death though. After it uses a couple burrows and unburrows, it's kind of spent. I don't know. Why do people always take 2 Dreadmaws? Because you gotta push it to its limits, Dangler. Anyway, Sotek should be here soon. He should be here very soon. I'll play like you know, 3-4 games and then we'll call it a day. What have I not really experimented with yet? I kind of want to try out just more normal builds at some point. Does High Elf Kite get amplified by any of this stuff? I feel like with decent micro, Dreadmaw could be good versus Dowie. Like how though, right? So when I try to micro the Dreadmaw, it unburrows, right? It reburrows, and then it can burrow again. So that's, you know, a bunch of escape maneuvers. But then, like, what do you do with it after? For the next minute or two, if you unburrow it, it's just gonna get shot to death. You kind of saw in that game. As soon as Turin started shooting it, and I didn't have a burrow ready, the Dreadmaw just dies. I feel like chariots are just I feel like chariots are just better for disruption. It's a unit that definitely does stuff. I just don't think it does enough. Even the Dreadmaw that stuck around basically the whole fight, bullying his flagellants and all that, it only got 700 gold worth of value, which is a bad sign, right? It was kind of getting the hits that it wanted. Put it on a capture point for extra fighting power. You can say that about literally any unit. I need an argument that a Dreadmaw is better at shutting down backline units than Skin Wolves, right? So like, you know, like Turin brings up the Hawklands, which I think is actually really important because I think like you can probably get a route on Hawklands. Whoops. That's Sotek calling. I'm just gonna do a no call just because I'm low energy. But yeah, I don't think the Dreadmaw... I just don't think it has enough oomph. But I'm gonna keep testing it. We're not gonna write it off completely, but at most I'm taking one Dreadmaw from here on out. No more than a singular Dreadmaw. If you heal up sea elementals after they spawn their Oceanids, can you get another one? I don't think so. If you look at the spell, it only has one use. So it's gonna max out. Sadly. Really needs triple the missile strength. I think if it was good at sniping SCs, that would give it something to do while it's waiting for cooldowns. These cooldowns are rough though. But yeah, like I think it's going to be... I think the Dreadmaw, it's going to be one of those units that people can use for fun. It's going to be like Ponti and Hydras, right? In fact, everything that you've said about the Dreadmaw, say the same thing about Hydras. And it's like, you know, it's kind of the same situation. It's a unit that can kind of just sit around and grind, poke units. It can be annoying, charge into the backfield. But is it actually good? Well, Ponti's gonna bring it. And he'll do decently. He will do decently. But I would be surprised if the Dreadmaw becomes Grand Finals material. I would be very surprised. It seemed amazing at shutting down shooting builds. Like how? What makes it... okay, I haven't seen matches. I need to see some matches where it shuts down shooting builds. I can see it buying some time. We'll see. I'll have Sotek take some Dreadmaws against me. Next time he plays Norska, I'm just going a normal shooting build, and if the Dreadmaw is super annoying, then I'll eat my words. I'll eat my words. It may get buffed. CA usually doesn't buff units right before launch, but we'll see. I will say a Dreadmaw can be more disruptive than cavalry because you can't really kill it in the same way that you can kill cavalry. But like, yeah, I think what Josh Lang is saying, for the money you're putting in, the DPS is low. I'm really worried that it'll just get ignored and then focus fired if it ends up putting itself in a bad position. Kind of assumed it would be an artillery killer. You know what, Correct Wind? You say you're not as good as the game but I think that's the best explanation I've heard yet. The Dreadmaw, specifically to be ultra annoying for artillery, is probably the best for Norska. I don't think a lot of factions will be dying to bring artillery versus Norska, but there's definitely a few that, yeah, there's definitely a few that I feel like might want to. Maybe like a Skaven or who knows what. Yeah, perhaps. All right, I'll play 3 games and then I'm good. Norse are getting some love in this DLC. Lots of love. Lots of love. I would highly recommend checking out all the stuff they get. What's this you can do to prevent the Dreadmaw from getting to the backline? Wait, is there some crazy tech you can use to stop the Dreadmaw? Also, I'm playing the Warriors of Chaos. You know, Warriors of Chaos can sometimes have a hard time versus artillery. So you can use the Dreadmaw for that. I don't like how it eats up Chimera space though. I kind of want. Yeah, I kind of want the Chimeras. Also, I feel like a 1300 Bjorg is probably the best way to go. His abilities are so expensive for how cheap he is. Oh my god. Wait. Bjorg Stykar? Oh my god. Wait. Just a darn second. I'm pretty sure this is OP. That's another speed boost, but enemy unit has to be broken within the range. Like, I think you literally only need the sign of depravity. For the memes, I'm going to go for the Be'lakor. Get his leadership debuff. Get his leadership debufferoo. Get a pleasure guard. This is how you have fun as Warriors of Chaos. Honestly, Warriors of Chaos, they are absolutely getting some of the filthiest things one could imagine in this upcoming DLC. And they're not even part of the DLC technically. It's just Norse is getting some really good stuff. Oh my god, the Bile Trolls, another -8 leadership. Alright, I might as well get the War Cry then. War Cried Pleasure Guard. And then we spam our Hellstriders O/Slanesh. We get our Chimeras, who are units that are just good. Then a couple Bearmen. Oh my goodness. Alright. Let's see if Sotek can survive this. Poor Sotek doesn't know what's coming. We're getting the 2 best heroes released with 2 DLCs. Chaos, Eden Well. Can you make a 12.5k character stack? Those would have to be some pretty expensive characters. We're talking 4,000 per? That's not possible. That's too expensive. The 0 gold buff? Yeah. Unfortunately, I can only take 3 Hellstriders, but I'm sure that's more than enough. Which faction is the better you get to have fun now faction after the DLC, Warriors of Chaos or Slanesh? Well, like, Slanesh is actually getting new mechanics and stuff. I think Chaos is just getting new units. You'll have to see once content creators can actually start producing campaign stuff. That's coming this Saturday. I'll have a video. So, something to keep an eye out for. But yeah, we got Happy Stykar over here. We have the Pleasure Guard. We got Bile Trolls. We have Be'lakor with the Pendulum. Removes ITP. And gets rid of leadership. Let's see how this goes. Literally hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. At the end of the day, it's a little bit of a meme build. Alright, I assume he's ready. But with the support of the Hellstriders, I think he just dies. Be'lakor is mighty expensive though. And he went Stykar and Bjorg. So Bjorg has ITP, but he's going to be getting hit by all the nasty debuffs. You just gotta make sure the mobility game. Yeah, just gotta make sure the mobility game is not lost. Be'lakor is a tanky boy. He can just get in there right from the get-go. And then we're gonna charge Bjorg. We have our own Bjorg. We have our very own Bjorg. And then we're just gonna mosh pit. So Hellstriders versus Great Weapon Cav. Hellstriders should win on account of their bonus versus large and slightly better HP pool, I think. But we'll see. The debuffs are abound. But Be'lakor is slightly wounded. Be'lakor is not doing as well as I would have hoped for. What he will do great though is route off the Kurgan Horsemen. Pleasure Guard are not going to be super great here. And with a bit of a rear charge, then I think we're cooking. I just need Stykar's ability to trigger though. Like it just has to start kicking off and then we're good. The trolls, unfortunately, they kind of suck though. But we got our first terror out, which is gonna be good. One terror out for the road. So that means we know Stykar is helping out and yeah, debuffing the speed of these guys, but now they're out of range. I don't know. Trolls are kind of getting routed off. My guy here is doing slightly better. Stykar's a Chad too. He's just cooking them up. But what we got? Some Norskin wolves over here. I think as soon as I can get a rear charge with Be'lakor, we're going to be in a much better situation. Get some skirmishers in here. We got the wolves routing off, so they should be pretty slow now. And here comes the death nail. So we're going to get that pendulum down. And now everyone's routing. And everyone has minus speed, right? Looks like I need a couple more. There you go, minus 50%. So that's going to keep them in the local area so that we can continuously enjoy that benefit. I got another terror route on the skin wolves, but a few of my guys are routing off too. It's not as beautiful as one could possibly hope for. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know. He also has a worm. Oh, hell yeah. 144 value. That's very lackluster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the worm you can just ignore. I really don't think the worm is that good. If you guys think the worm cooks, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but as it stands, not a lot of cooking. Is that a Dreadmaw? Looks like it's a Dreadmaw. We're gonna dodge it though. His Bjorg shall fall. Be'lakor also heals, mind you. The more units we have routing, the more he heals. And there's a pretty nifty melee defense debuff. We got, yeah, we got going on here. Lots of horsemen. Should be able to do well. There's the lack of ITP kicking in. See if I can chase him with the trolls here. There's another, yeah, there's another big slow, but ugh, Be'lakor. He'll live if I can get his healing off. There's no range here.
All will be despoiled.
Ain't no range, so Be'lakor should, in theory, be fine enough. Gonna get a little bit of a wind blast, but that just routes the doggos. Come on, you darn Be'lakor. Just get them. I need a feast on their souls, man. Give me some souls. Give me some souls worth harvesting. It's a little bit of a lightning bolt. Doesn't connect though. My Stykar is kind of suffering. My Bjorg is doing well though. Be'lakor, however, crumbling. Oh, come on. His leadership came back. Well, that's a bit of a shame. Be'lakor sucks. Stykar was okay, but he wasn't able to really get going because I didn't get the big old massive route that I was looking for. But at the very least, we're gonna transition to a late game situation. Sotek has not captured this. Oh, did he shoot Be'lakor with the Dreadmaw? Did the Dreadmaw actually get the Be'lakor kill? It might have. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny if true. Oh, the slow. Ah, that's nifty. Thankfully, I was already charging his Skin Wolf, so we're probably fine. My Bjorg. He routed my Bjorg, bro. All right. A tussle. A tussle is what we have. Just a couple Marauder Spearmen, not a big issue. I think we are able to win this with our rather massive Skirmisher Corps. He's gonna dodge with Bjorg. Looks like he doesn't get the best of dodges. Bjorg taking a bit of heat. Not extraordinarily comfortable for the man. He does heal, of course. But we have a little bit of a situation. For sure. Now, he is going to capture the point. I'm going to see if I can get a big volley on Bjorg. I have more than enough to kill Sail. He's not a big issue, but killing off this regenerating little dude over here will be a massive win if at all possible. Sotek's doing a good job keeping him alive, but just a little bit late on the dodge arenos. Might get him routed. God, he's a Chad though. Bjorg. Bjorg don't die. All right. Good to know. Bjorg is freaking indestructible. I got him to route at least. We got him to route, but geez Louise. What a Chad. I might be able to get him with some Hellstriders, though. Still holding out hope for that. Frostworm is not going to be insane here. Should be able to just kite it out. Dreadmaw still has like no value. He's not making the best of it though. And okay, now he's just gonna be desummoning. Just gotta be a little careful about the mass terror routing that can happen here. It's not the best. We got Bjorg though. Bjorg down. I'm just gonna ignore the Dreadmaw. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore that there Dreadmaw. Get a little bit of a soft charge on those spears and disengage. Screw it, I'm resummoning my dude. We're resummoning the man, the myth, the legend. There's a few units here that are a little route prone that I'm pretty sure we can get a lot of work on. Dreadmaw's just gonna, you know, hokey poke a little bit here. But there you go. That's gonna be a pretty solid sandwich. We got one route, but not many. Can we kill Stykar though? I have the big man. He's coming on in. Yo, that wind, the wind blast slow is actually insane, by the way. I think the wind blast slow is actually kind of strong. Come on, beat him up. Beat him up! Oh my gosh, my poor Marauder Horsemen. I should have just unsummoned them. I should have just unsummoned them. Stykar was a bad idea. Alright. He's gonna back it up. Still might. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna desummon the Horsemen. We can totally transition into a late game here. Oh man, they kind of needed to kill these guys though. At least Stykar is gonna be a Chad. These guys I'm definitely desummoning. Okay, nice. Some good deeps. Big route. Bjorg's back. He got the Bjorg. I'll get a Bjorg. We're gonna get some Bjorg v Bjorg action. Come on, Stykar. Go, come. Oh man, Bjorg. Yeah, he fled into the trees a while ago, but he's back. And thirsting for a fight. Stykar's probably gonna finally kill him though. I think Sotek's gonna win it though. I think the SCs. The SC squad, it wasn't enough. All I have is Bjorg. What am I supposed to do with this guy? The worm do anything yet? Okay, the worm is... Yeah, I don't know. He's not using it perfectly. Like, he could be terror routing my horsemen and such. Sail was tanky, though. 10,000 HP. Lots of armor. GG. GG, well played. Honestly, Stykar felt not that great against these kind of higher leadership armies. If you don't get the route, you're kind of screwed. Pleasure Guard, honestly, I'm liking the champions of Slaanesh less and less the more I take them. File Trolls were fun at least. Bjorg was insane though. I think you always want to run Bjorg. He feels so good. And the Wind Blast from Sail was really problematic. Worm sucked, but Sail, if he doesn't die to Marauder Horseman, he is a chunky beast. And I think he was giving a leadership debuff. I think he was giving a I think he was giving a leadership debuff or a leadership buff to all the guys. Yeah, because on his mount, right, it's a big old mammoth. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna ultra try hard with Slaanesh here. What I really want to see is if you can kind of play Slaanesh like a normie. So what if you play Slaanesh like an absolute normie and go Warriors of Chaos Slaanesh? I'm talking Sigvald. Sigvald for the sick regeneration, right? Crossbows. A vanilla chaos sorcerer of Slaanesh. You take him on foot because you're a normie. And he has Melkoth. Right? Because you just want to go as vanilla as humanly possible. And then we get the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. And then I'm just gonna take a bunch of warriors. This is absolutely not how I play Slaanesh. This is completely different. It's completely different from how I would normally play Slaanesh. I'll get the Druchi Anointed with the Soul Stealer that won't even pay for itself. I guess if it heals them and you put him on a demonic steed, then you have a healing guy. I guess that's not the worst. Surely 2 lashes of Slaanesh pays for itself. Hysterical Frenzy, though, is not going to give you 150 gold. So I'm going to pass on that. Yeah, demonic steed is definitely really good. And then I'll get the Marquis of Masochism, because I think it's cool. So this is like the ultimate in just like normal Slanesh, you know? You have no micro. Can you play Slanesh as an armor ranged faction? I don't know. Maybe? Maybe? Be'lakor still sucks. Be'lakor is okay. Honestly, I think taking a leadership bomb build into that Mammoth War Shrine was really bad. Because, man, that extra leadership. Everyone was just barely holding. They were barely holding. And then I never got my mega buffs on Stykar. Slanesh really, really needs those routes to do well. Absolutely. Right. Slanesh's default is definitely Nakari with lots of chariots, right? Yes, the other. Yes. I think that would be, it's definitely weaker than this. This is just kind of a low APM build. But yeah, I guess if you're talking about the actual full flavored Slanesh, it would be chariot. And, chariot and thing shenaniganry. Yo, Wind Blast though is actually insane. Wind Blast is actually kind of insane. The fact that you can just chuck it out on cavalry, on skirmish cavalry, and you're gonna catch them, that will help Norska in a anti-kite situation really, really well. Like, I think Norska's not going to get caught by skirmishers. If you bring Sail, you bring the Wind Blast. You can combine that slow with Norskan Ice Wolves. I think that's super strong. Honestly, Sail on a horse is with Wind Blast, I think is gonna be meta. Like, there's no way people don't do that against factions like Wood Elves and the like. But yeah, let's see how this goes. So I have a bunch of Slanesh crossbows. I have a couple chosen. This army feels so dinky compared to what I usually do. But we're here to experiment and have a good time. Sotek says he's almost forgot a wizard. And all right. The Shredder of Lastria. A Bastiladon Revivification Crystal. So this is not a terrible situation for the Marquis of Masochism. Obviously, I don't want to fight the Shredder in open field. Yes, Krokgar with Hand of the Gods. So that means the Marquis is probably a bad idea too. Hellscourgers are atrocious versus Shredder, but I have mass devotees of Slanesh. I think honestly though, my best bet is to just take these guys. He uses Krokgar's ability because it's not a lot to really use it on otherwise. These guys can be pretty annoying. He wants to rock drop me. But as long as I stay on the move, it's not going to be a problem. Get some Melkots here. I mean, gets a Flock of Doom on my guys. We're going to be able to bully them pretty hard. Just don't get underneath them. Don't get underneath the Pohawk Sentinels, and you'll be A-okay. Given that one Hand of the Gods has been used, we can be a little bit more careful. Up. I gotta stay as close as possible so I can land hits, but not so close that the rock drops get in there. Oh, jeez. Oh. Okay, mostly whiffed. I kind of gave that to him, but we are going to be able to rout off his little skirmish unit now. And then we see how good Sigvald is. Honestly, not entirely too sure myself, but maybe he can tussle. Versus Shredder of Lustria. Surely with the Marquis of Masochism. Surely with the Marquis of Masochism to finish the job, that'll be enough, right? There he goes. Gets hit. Not a lot of damage. It's just the impact hits. So that's not too bad. I'm gonna be able to get a pretty decent volley here. He gets a partial dodge, but nothing too crazy. We will have the Marquis of Masochism in here soon. So far the damage is okay. We're gonna have to deal with Secret Croxagores. It's gonna be a little bit of an issue, and I gotta make sure Sotek doesn't draw me out into a bad position. We must stay safe. Second Hand of the Gods is out. Doesn't target the Marquis. So that means not a big issue. I'm surprised at how little damage these crossbows are doing, by the way. For an 1100 gold unit. Really not that much, is it? Okay, so Melkoth's is not going to be super worth over there. Sigvald is just going to be a menace. If the Shredder gets distracted by Sigvald for a long enough time, I think we're good. Sigvald's Chad anyways, he'll be great. We are gonna capture the point 2. Shredder is certainly landing a couple hits on my boy Siggy, but I feel like he can just disengage in a little bit. Kroq-Gar should not too bad. I am fully aware he has some cavalry over here. That could maybe be problematic. But you can see the new Phantasmagoria. That's actually going to net Kroq-Gar and pin him down. So Kroq-Gar is as good as dead. The new Phantasmagoria is really nice. I think the Marquis of Masochism is actually going to see a little bit more play because of that specifically. He does have some pretty nasty Ripperdactyls though. These guys have a good ability though. They have devastating flankers, so they should do okay. Shredder of Lustria will probably go down, and I don't think the Marquis is gonna die. Plus we have this guy, this lady. Gonna be pretty decent for finishing off little old Crocky G here. Are they a decent fighter at all? Yeah, they're apparently a decent fighter, so should be okay. The devotees actually did really well versus Cav Charge too. That's something I was not considering. I kind of thought they were gonna die, but they're actually kind of sick. The devotees held up the Cav Charge and kept up the fight. Chosen are surprisingly good versus Sacred Croxagores, having 70 melee defense to their 32 melee attack. They basically have nothing. Think any of the new units will be banned? Probably just the Sky Cutters at first. The other ones TBD. I think there's enough counterplay with the other ones where they probably don't need to be banned. Pretty good rock drop though. As good as these guys are in melee, rock to the face will still defeat them. Shredder of Lustria slowed down in the trees. That's good. We'll see if Sotek can actually save the thing. Get that whip down. We did actually rout off the Croxicores. You know what? Okay. Where these guys lack in melee prowess, they're actually rather good. Or where they lack in range potential, they're actually not bad when it comes to their actual melee. Because like, look at that, right? I just charged his Croxicores. I just charged his Croxicores, and these guys are probably gonna win that fight. That's actually significantly better than I thought these guys would ever do. That's rather surprising. Chosen will just escort the Shredder off the battlefield. And yeah, look at that. They actually killed the Saurus. So the only way to realistically kill these guys, you can't use infantry. I think that's a complete bait. The only way to actually kill them is to kill them with spells. Surprise, surprise! The devotees were not bad. Chosen didn't do much though. But yeah, Sotek went pretty hard on the SE. Sigvald was indestructible as usual. And this guy was, he was okay. Druchi anointed. If you want a hero with Soul Stealer, he is an okay. He's a very okay dude. Do Chaos Dwarves have chimeras? Does anyone else get chimeras? I think just the Beastmen. Go Beastmen next. We'll go Beastmen. We'll play on the Dunes of Cain. And we're gonna try out a proper build. One Chimera, one Orowar Chimera. Beastmen are without Ettins, but ooh, wait. I think there's a pretty nifty thing we can do here. Yeah. So if we get the Butchers of Kalkengard, this is basically gearing up to be a pretty nifty charge, right? Not only do I have a bunch of terror bomb strats, right? This is like, definitely we kill everything on the ground. I do have to be wary of the Sky Cutters again. But as we saw last time, if you kill everything on the ground, the Sky Cutters are not the end of the world. They do have a lot more ammunition than one might hope for, but I think this will be good enough. Just Doom and Darkness, get the Buna, got some life leeching, maybe a Scroll of Shielding for these guys, maybe a Forbidden Rod for yet more magic. And then, yeah, we're just gonna ignore the Sky Cutters. Gore Herd, these guys count as Gore Herd now? What a ripoff. See, really playing around with the unit caps. I think it's smart though. I'm really surprised that Gore Herd got the Slongors got into the Gore Herd cap before Glade Guard. You can still take 12 Glade Guard. What, is there like a Wood Elf main on the balance team? I don't know what's going on there. Changes a few things, but far from the end of the world. Let's just spam a bit more cavalry. And then mostly focus on the capture points. If I take a lot of spears, they're not going to be good versus Sky Cutters, but they're good versus a lot of other stuff. This should be fine. You don't see too much play with the Anointed. How's their performance? Which one's the Anointed? That's the Druchi, right? They're pretty bad. They're kind of just overpriced, and they're a horse hero. There's not a lot going on that's really exciting about that, because horse heroes tend to get, excuse me, bogged down by infantry, and they can't actually get into the fight that they want to get into. I feel like Skycutters aren't being used to their full capacity yet. Yeah, they if you only use them as a range unit, the price point makes sense. But the moment you use them as a ground chariot, you unlock their true potential. And they can kill all sorts of stuff by just charging them in melee. But yeah, ready, good luck, have fun. So we're just gonna try a vanilla Beastman rush. Except Sotek has no units. So that means it's a Skycutter build. It's a Murworm build. Okay, Murworm is a lot smarter. So Skycutter Murworm means he actually has some capture weight. The question is whether or not we can kill the Murworm. He has some ship's company over there. Oh, right. I have nothing that can kill a Murworm. Alright, well. Ungor spam it shall be. Nobles versus the Chimera. I really don't know how that does. Looks like the Nobles anti-large. It's gonna be helping him out here. Oh boy. Okay, guy was ready for the Chimeras. I did not check Alariel's abilities. And indeed she has Tempest. Now that's gonna be bad, but not the end of the world. The Murworm is still pretty brutally surrounded. And I don't think there's a lot that can actually save the Murworm in this particular situation. Oh crap. Now, an Alariel heal is something that I can't really do a lot about. So once again, that's gonna be a little sus. Yeah, where your infantry at, man? I know you got ship's company. I know you got ship's company somewhere here. At the very least, the Murworm is taking some deeps. Ship's company, we're gonna bully. He summons in another ship's company. As long as my lord doesn't die, we're a-okay. I can make my butchers here just a little bit better. And Chimeras are sick, man. Chimeras are sick. And the Murworm doesn't leadership debuff in the same way that a Shredder of Lustria might. So it ain't as bad. It ain't as bad as you think. Look at that. Slongor's got the route on the ship's company. We're just buffering for the endless cav tide, and as soon as I get a Doom and Darkness on this thing, we might actually get it off the battlefield. Couple silver helms over there. I can keep this guy pinned down. Come on, you darn Murworm, just die. Just die, dang it. All right, the time is now. Doom and Darkness. Yes. Yes. Yeah, Murworm ain't got nothing on Beastmen, man. It ain't got nothing on Beastmen. Beastmen supremacy. The Moos. They reign supreme. I think he probably could have sniped my lord if he was a little bit more aggressive to that, though. My lord certainly felt a little vulnerable. But you can't go wrong with the Butchers of Kalkengard. Butchers of Kalkengard doing pretty good. I use a Chimera now to lock down those guys. Yeah, you see how quickly you can kill off my Lord? Not the prettiest situation, but with a little bit of cav coming on in now, I think we'll be okay. He's gonna heal up the thing, but it shouldn't have enough HP to actually rally in this particular situation. I can maybe save my Lord here. At the end of the day, the Lord is much less fat. Did these guys actually just disengage from cavalry? Either way, if my Lord routes, it's manageable because I can just resummon him. And then we'll get the Chimera over here. Honestly, Chimeras are insane. Yeah, Chimeras have crazy base stats, man. Look at this guy. Base 64, 48 melee stats. I think Chimera are going to be the new staple. Far, far better than any Manticore shenanigans. They're just going to perpetually... yeah, they're just going to perpetually control the skies for all factions. Make sure to bring your Tempests in the next patch because you're gonna be seeing a lot of air game on all sides of the spectrum. Look at this guy, he even rallies. Can I use him to get the breath attack here? Maybe we can breath attack a couple archers. If I land this guy, then I can use my cavalry here to get a little bit of workings. Oh, I never captured that point. Well, that's awkward. That's okay though, I guess. Look at that breath attack. Holy smokes. Bro, they gave Chimeras like the best breath attack. I can't believe it. That's like better than dragon breath attacks. I'm not lying, I've seen dragon breath attacks do less. Consistently. I'm pretty sure it's because of all that explosive damage. 70 explosive damage is enough to one-shot a lot of infantry. Yeah, Chimera breath attack, if it doesn't get nerfed, that would be kind of bonkers. I think, you know, just make it like a 50. Make it the same as a dragon breath attack, and I think you're fine. You don't have to make it stronger than dragons. That's kind of ludicrous. That's better than a fire dragon breath attack at zero against zero armor. Yeah, they have 57% AP. Not bad. Not bad. Also, the butchers, as always. Their refusal to die is amazing. Sky Cutter Chariots, kind of janking around a bit. A L'Oreal. Certainly a menace. But while Sotek does have the value trading, I have the capture points. And the tickets shall be mine. The tickets will absolutely be mine. These butchers are actually not dying too. Their regeneration is so high. Butchers and Kalkengard are insanely good. I really got to use them more often. Chimera breath attacks hit the entire unit. That too, yeah. Chimera gets almost no breath attack because of how inaccurate their breath attack is. In general, inaccuracy is better, paradoxically, for breath attacks. It'll be slightly less efficient if you're focusing a single entity, but most of the time people dodge with those. So having something that just nukes infantry is going to be better for you most of the time. Here we go, we got the gores. But yeah, aside from the gore restriction, I think beastmen are going to be... they're going to be doing decently well. I think chimeras are going to be really nice for beastmen. But yeah, I would say they're gonna be in a comfortable position after this patch. I do lose my cav here though. Sotek does have a lot of value. The guy's kind of farming me on the value front. My Lord routes again. Honestly, instead of the Murworm, if he took like 1.5 sea elementals, I don't know exactly what I would do in that situation. Sea elementals might have been a bigger problem for me. I also don't have like Traderkin. He's also not using these chariots to clear the infantry. If he landed right now, he could actually kill all this infantry with the Sky Cutters, but not enough people are using them. They're not using them as a ground unit. I think that's kind of screwing them. Hey, is Doom and Darkness perfectly timed this time? Come on, 0 leadership. Come on, does he have to go below 0 leadership for Doom and Darkness to hit? Come on, man, just route. Route, you piece of crap, route. And this is why Doom and Darkness is sometimes not a good time. Can he route, please? Holy crap, he finally got there. It's the most nerve-wracking Doom and Darkness I've ever seen. This is the last like 5 seconds of the ability. What the crap? Also, this is Caradrian. I just noticed this is Caradrian. Probably shouldn't have been trying to focus fire him. Yo, that ability sucks. The fire damage ability. I guess he did technically get a decent amount of value, but it was not enough. Well, GJ, that was pretty fun. Chimeras. This one did pretty well despite the adverse circumstances. This one paid for itself. So I would say Chimeras are gonna be super good. They're a high skill ceiling unit too, which I really like. You've already played 770 matches? No, I've been resetting it. It's counting matches from previous patches. I think I'm in the high. I'm in like 2,000 something at this point, and probably many more because 2,000 recorded, right? So like, yeah, I'm probably in like the many thousands at this point. I've played this game too much. How does Sky Cutters do? Oh my god, yeah, he didn't even use them optimally, and they still got so much. But yeah, Sky Cutters are probably going to be the first unit to be nerfed. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, it's just the past week, yeah. The past week, I got 700 matches. That's hundreds of matches a day. I don't know if I could fit that many in a day. Alright, so I'm gonna call it a day for today. I'm probably not gonna stream tomorrow, by the by. I think we're not doing too many streams because I have some video editing, and then we're gonna stream campaign next week. But I will see if I can get some games in against Turin, if he ever wants to stream some multiplayer matches. So keep an eye out for that. You tested the new Dragon Breaths? Oh, did they buff Dragon Breaths? Maybe they did buff, the the old dragon breaths. I'll do that real quick and then I'm gonna call it. Just check against 2 warriors. We must get the data. Hey, maybe all dragons are better. That would be really hype for high elves. Please tell me they buffed all the dragon breaths. All right, let's see against against moving targets. All right, let's try against non-moving targets. Let's try against non-moving targets. I think it might be better that way. The Sun Dragon though doesn't really have a lot of armor piercing, but I think that kind of shows why chimeras are so good. Dragons are just so expensive. Druti Anointed killed a Chaos Sorcerer, Chaos Lord of Nurgle, and only lost 20% health. Honestly, killing those Nurgle Lords are not... That's not that impressive. It's not that bad either, but I'm not super impressed. Okay, if they're not moving the Dragon Breaths, yeah, it's okay, but... The Chimera is at least equal to what dragons can do. I've had nastier belches, dang. Man, yeah, rip dragons. Anyways, peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you very much to all you kind supporters. I appreciate it very much. And I'll see you guys probably on a stream. We're looking at maybe Monday, maybe Sunday if I do a campaign stream. Maybe I'll even play a tournament. We'll see. But on Monday, that is where we will go and definitely get some campaign action. So keep an eye out. I'll see you guys later. Friday, I'm busy. So we're going to take it easy. Peace, peace.